the role model for scientists and engineers. His abilities were truly recognized throughout the world. The name King Mongkut, which is the name of the institute, was graciously bestowed by His Majesty King Bhumibol Adulyadej. This has been the institute's highest honor. In the dynamic world of competition, science and technology play an important role. That's why we have been trying hard to think, analyze, develop, innovate, and work with entrepreneurs. We make sure that our university is capable of getting the students ready to step into the competitive world. There are 11 units in the university that offer bachelor degrees, master degrees, and doctoral degrees of study. We also have 2 affiliated units under supervision. Our 4 educational sites include King Mongkut's University of Technology Thonburi, Bangmot, which serves as the academic and research hub. King Mongkut's University of Technology Thonburi, Bang Khun Thien, which serves as Science and Industrial Park, and the first and only National Biopharmaceutical Facility of Thailand. King Mongkut's University of Technology Thonburi, Ratburi, where the teaching and learning are in the form of residential college. And KX Building, Knowledge Exchange for Innovation, where the study offers the ecosystem that facilitates entrepreneur and startup development. This ensures optimum knowledge exchange and cooperation with public and private sectors for the best innovation and entrepreneurship development towards entrepreneurial university. In addition, to rapidly and efficiently drive innovation-based and digital economy of Thailand, we have implemented KMUTT Virtual Campus at EEC in the Eastern Economic Corridor. This aims to develop talents and cooperate with government, productive and service sectors for innovation and EEC strengthening. KMUTT is committed to develop outcome-based education by considering study results of scholars through various learning formats, both inside and outside the classroom, laboratory, work-integrated learning in a workplace, industry, and community, as well as learning from excellence in research. That's why our graduates are all equipped and possess what it takes to be a professional. They are capable of making innovations and stepping out as modern entrepreneurs who can drive forward Thailand's economy. We have become the education institute that contributes towards strengthening society. We know that the world needs new creators. That's why our job is to build people who are ready to do research, technological development, and innovation. Someone who would encourage multidisciplinary research and answer the needs of industrial and social change that would align with the national strategies. Furthermore, we have also established collaboration with renowned national and international institutes. We also pay much attention to the emotional development aspect. Green Heart is one of our goals to become a sustainable university, according to the agreement of United Nations General Assembly. And Social Lab Project, where students attend community, study, and conduct necessary research that leads to solutions, changes, and development of every community. Students will then be truly ready for community work. Co-creation of a strong society following the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Six decades of dedication has made KMUTT the university widely accepted at national and international levels. All the awards we have won can guarantee that success is everyone's pride and contribution. KMUTT is featured in most internationally recognized ranking systems. No matter how competitive science and technology will be in the future, we are always ready to accept the challenge. Our plan not only reaches out for the future we can see, but it goes beyond that. It is the future that we will create and shape with our own hands. KMUTT is no longer a place for education only. We are one of those institutes who would strengthen this country to make sure Thailand will be stepping forward onto the world stage with integrity. King Mongkut's University of Technology, Thonburi.
In 2002, the ministry approved the establishment of College University Kejuruteraan Utara Malaysia, KUKUM, the 17th public university in Malaysia. In 2007, KUKUM was rebranded as UNIMAP. UNIMAP offers programs of study leading to the award of diploma, bachelor's, master's, and PhD degrees. Following the restructuring of the university in September 2020, UNIMAP now has 6 faculties offering more than 40 programs of study. Faculty of Electrical Engineering Technology, Faculty of Electronic Engineering Technology, Faculty of Mechanical Engineering Technology, Faculty of Chemical Engineering Technology, Faculty of Civil Engineering Technology, Faculty of Applied and Human Sciences. UNIMAP continuously carries out research that brings benefit to all. Nanotechnology research in UNIMAP looks into faster, easier, and more accurate detection of microbiological diseases. The HPV-CC kit has high sensitivity that allows early detection of cervical cancer through saliva. A bus monitoring system developed by the UNIMAP Center of Excellence for Advanced Sensor Technology facilitates efficient monitoring of the movement of university buses for students. Under UNIMAP's social responsibility programs, an alternative energy source kit known as EPS kit has been developed. Each year, UNIMAP produces alumni whose presence is felt the world over, in many parts of the world.
Being graduate from UNIMAP, it really helps me in adapting to the working environment, and it helps me speeding up my learning curve. And I think the best thing about UNIMAP is they don't just teach you, they prepare you.
The soft skills, problem-solving analysis, as well as a lot of hands-on practical that we practice in lab, it will help the graduates to be more confident when they graduated later on.
UNIMAP researchers are globally recognized, evident through the acquisition of numerous international grants.
UNIMAP is my first choice because the programs offered here are focused and they fulfill the expectation of the industry.
Apart from academic and research, which are the university core business, sport, culture and volunteerism are also given due to the attention. It's up to the student to choose which field he or she wants to immerse into.
The success and achievements thus far have placed UNIMAP on the world stage.
Delapan fakultas di Universitas Tarumanagara dengan 29 program studi siap mendukung spirit memenangkan masa depan yang semakin ketat. Kini, UNTAR didukung lebih dari 1.000 dosen berkualitas yang turut membentuk pembangunan karakter positif atau untarian. The future is yours to define. Universitas Tarumanagara.
Welcome to the University of Languages and International Studies, Vietnam National University, Hanoi, or ULIS for short, one of the top universities in the country. A variety of languages, a mosaic of cultures, a plethora of styles, a richness of achievements. Those are just a few highlights of ULIS traditions and heritages. 65 years of age, a proud milestone marking a long journey of construction, development, and flourish of ULIS generations of teachers and students. It's also 65 years of the university's accompaniment and dedication to the development of the country's education. There are things about ULIS that not everyone may know. Back in time to 1955, the establishment of Bachmai School of Foreign Languages with 2 training majors, Russian and Chinese, was the first milestone in the university's history. Its name has experienced several changes, including Hanoi University of Foreign Language Education in 1967, and in 1993, the university officially became known as ULIS, the University of Languages and International Studies, VNU. The black and white pictures, cherished memories, and old stories always remind us of a unique ULIS that has gradually merged with the flow of national history, from the wartime to the period of national construction. Through a pride-worthy 65-year history, ULIS has become a prestigious training and research institution in languages, language education, international studies, and many related disciplines. Currently, ULIS is offering courses from junior high school level to graduate level with 13 languages being taught. ULIS annual enrollment includes more than 6,000 undergraduate students, over 2,000 junior and senior high school students, more than 500 graduate students, and over 200 international students. ULIS has established cooperation relationships with more than 200 domestic and foreign institutions. 19 training programs have been accredited domestically and internationally. Many textbooks, foreign language monographs, and one specialized scientific journal have been periodically published. Thousands of foreign language teachers throughout the country have received further training for professional development at ULIS, and various V-STEP exam formats have been produced. These few examples may not fully express ULIS potentials and contributions to society. For its continuous achievements, the university has repeatedly been awarded with labor medals, independence medals, and other noble certificates of merits and rewards by the state. Over the years, ULIS has strongly modernized its facilities, including 100% air-conditioned classrooms with projectors, Wi-Fi coverage on the whole campus, one modern studio, one sports complex, lots of self-study and co-working spaces, libraries, multi-purpose classrooms, and language practice rooms, to name just a few. A beautiful campus with modern equipment, with service quality increasingly upgraded. ULIS has all to offer and meet the needs of learning, research, and cater for the creativity of ULIS teachers and learners. The prestigious foreign language specialized school with over 50 years of high school training is also a proud affiliation of ULIS, while the newly established ULIS Middle School serves a strategic venue for ULIS pedagogical innovations. Besides, the university has continuously implemented various innovative activities such as implementing one-stop administrative procedures, implementing the project on renovating teaching activities at all levels, implementing the project on renovating internship, practice and developing supplementary skills for students, carrying out the project on improving the efficiency of students' innovation, scientific research, and entrepreneurship activities. Launching the digitization plan, which aims to increase the application of technology in training, science, and university administration, and many other projects have been and will be implemented. 6 fast-track training programs were developed. New subjects were created. Many training courses were designed. Local cooperation projects were implemented. Each project is conducted with the efforts and enthusiasm of the teachers and the university as a whole, which inspires and provides a friendly teaching and learning environment for generations of students.
Gần đây tôi nhận thấy là sự đổi mới của trường ta ngày càng mạnh mẽ, không chỉ là sự đổi mới về cái cơ sở vật chất. Cơ sở vật chất này hiện nay chúng ta có ở đây thì là cái mình so với cách đây 20 năm là điều mới.
Tôi nghĩ rằng là trường ta ngoài cái việc giảng dạy và cái lưu học thì chúng ta đang làm ngày một tốt hơn cái chức năng thứ 3 của giáo dục đại học, tức là phục vụ cộng đồng.
University is a place where people developed necessary knowledge. skills, and personal qualities. ULIS has proudly created opportunities for and supported the dreams of many generations of students to become dynamic, creative, honest, responsible citizens who are able to live and work in a competitive and multicultural environment. ULIS students have the opportunity to own 2 full-time university degrees in the shortest time. Over 95% of ULIS graduates are employed within 1 year. More than 75% have jobs even before graduation. Many students receive domestic and international scholarships. 12% of students are studying and doing an internship in 18 countries around the world. ULIS is a member of Vietnam National University, Hanoi, a prestigious educational center in the country and internationally. ULIS has more than 600 leading foreign language lecturers, more than 30 academic, hobbies, skills, and volunteers clubs, and so on. These impressive numbers shows a dynamic, creative, integrated, and competitive ULIS in a multicultural environment.
Nhân 65 năm ngày lễ trọng của trường ta, tôi cũng muốn gửi đến các thầy, các cô, lãnh đạo nhà trường lời cảm ơn rất chân thành.
Thực sự là một cái giây phút rất là tự hào khi chúng ta biết rằng trường của chúng ta đã tròn 65 năm tuổi. Chúng ta cảm thấy rất là biết ơn những cái ân tình của các thế hệ đã đóng góp cho nhà trường trong suốt chiều dài lịch sử của 65 năm qua. Chúng ta quyết tâm biến những nguồn lực để phát triển nhà trường của chúng ta trong thời gian tới. Chắc chắn rằng trường của chúng ta sẽ tiếp tục phát triển.
A place to return is home. People to love are family. And happy are those who have both. ULIS values those spirits. Whoever you are, you will become part of ULIS, a member of this lovely home. At ULIS, you will be imparted with knowledge. You will have chances to develop skills, share love, empathize, and inspire. And your happiness index shall rise. We, each and every ULISer, create opportunities together.
Our mission spotlight today comes from Asia Pacific International University, or AIU. Our very own Southeast Asia Union mission-operated Adventist University located in Thailand. AIU is no stranger to this region as it represents the merging of 3 legacy institutions that began its respective roots in Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia Union College, known as SAUC in Singapore, Bangkok Sanitarium and Hospital School of Nursing in Bangkok, and Mission College in Muklek District in Saraburi Province. Spread over 2 campuses, over 900 students from 32 countries are pursuing university degrees in English, education, theology, nursing, bioscience, IT, and business administration. 75% of them come from SAUM territory. Although AIU is serving primarily as a higher education institution, it is also an incredible training ground for young people to develop important life facets, physically, socially, and most importantly, spiritually. This supports the holistic education that we as Adventists believe in. Many of our young people from Southeast Asia are excited to share how AIU is helping them to grow in their spiritual journeys. It is clear that God has great plans for AIU to be a shining beacon for students in the Southeast Asia region and the world. In order for SAUM students to continue having the chance to study, AIU provides financial support for needy students in various ways. This way, students can earn accredited university degrees and return to their home countries to serve as church workers in different SDA missions and conferences, which is part of AIU's mission. In the Student Work Program, students can work to erase their tuition and fees while studying at AIU. AIU is dedicated to continue serving as a training ground to nurture young souls to serve in SAUM. To see that not only are young people's lives positively changed, but they can also make a difference in other people's lives would be a great continuous blessing.
What is your primary dream for your children's future? What is your plan, young man? Young woman? To have a comfortable life because of a stable job or livelihood? Do you also dream for a healthy and happy family? Is growing a strong relationship with God part of that dream? Of using the best of your abilities, not only by being a blessing to your family, but also in serving others? How do you make those dreams come true? The answer could be an education from the Adventist University of the Philippines. How does one decide what is the best school? Is it the cost, distance from home, social status of the school and its students? One of the most commonly considered indicators of quality education when employers decide among applicants for a job is the performance of the graduates in the national licensure examinations. The passing rates of AUP programs are consistently higher than the national passing rate. The government recognized the continuing excellence or role in the national development of the teacher education and business administration in AUP. And it is not just in one or two professional programs where the excellence of the AUP education is nationally recognized. From preschool to graduate school, the Federation of Accrediting Agencies of the Philippines granted AUP the institutional accreditation recognition. This means the entire institution, the degrees offered by AUP, with its facilities, services, and faculty were rated as top quality. The Commission on Higher Education also granted the university with an autonomous status, indicating the highest recognition because of the AUP's commitment to excellence and institutional sustainability. Studying in AUP not only means a good professional preparation, but also greater chances of developing a healthy lifestyle. Fresh air on a wide campus, walking to classes, healthy food, quiet surroundings, exercising in the outdoors, a regular schedule of sleeping and waking up all develop a healthy body to support a sound mind. Even the limited number of times a student is allowed to go out of the campus helps a student focus on studies. An important part of an AUP education is the hours where all students are required to work in the farm, grounds, or offices, which develops the mind and body and strengthens the spirit of service. AUP education gives equal emphasis to social development, recognizing that youth is an ideal time to build lifelong relationships. Dormitory life, where one learns to relate with roommates coming from different backgrounds and cultures. Membership in many organizations and groups prepare the students for professional and family life, where strong interpersonal skills would be more important than technical know-how. The network of friendships developed in college would support graduates for the rest of their lives. Most important are the opportunities provided in AUP for students to spiritually grow. Morning and evening dorm worships, regular church services, small groups, and religious organizations are all part of the university experience in AUP. Weeks of prayer every semester remind students about their relationship with God and the meaning of life. The many ministry and mission groups help students find meaning in the greatest joy of all, helping and serving others. Spiritual growth is even part of the professional curriculum, with the required Bible courses that focus on discipleship and ministry. A mission course in each degree prepares students for integrating Christian service in their profession. Some say that going to school in AUP is only for the rich. Compared to other universities with comparable academic recognition, tuition and fees in AUP are still cheaper. True, the cost of the dorm and the food would be more than a student studying near the family home. But the cost of putting our children who are in their formative years in a community where they can learn a healthy and holy lifestyle from other Christian young people and teachers is worth the sacrifice. The salvation of your children, and not just their professional education, would be their eternal inheritance and is the ultimate goal of every Christian parent. To open more opportunities, the university offers scholarships for academic achievers, for children of denominational employees, and work scholarship plans for the financially limited. It may take longer if one works while studying, but a committed person can get a quality Adventist education at AUP. Financial challenges can be overcome for those who make their faith in God the main basis for their choices. Even in the time of the COVID-19 pandemic, Christian education from AUP is still the best option. Online learning is available in all courses. Even chapel period and worship services are available online. Guidance counselors still connect to students even when they are not on campus. With the pandemic, the mental health of students all over the world is intentionally addressed. And for those who still want to benefit from a face-to-face learning community, the university still offers living inside the campus a good choice while taking online classes. Choose a better future for your children or for yourself, not just for the next few years, but by God's grace, even for an eternity. Study at AUP. One vision, one identity, one community. Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant afternoon. This is Jeruel Ibanez, a faculty member of the History Department at the Adventist University of the Philippines. And I am one of your hosts for today's grand event with the theme, Understanding Cultures and Promoting Interconnectedness across Southeast Asia amid the pandemic.
And this is Jubilu Batruay, the chair of the Department of Development Communication, hosting live here at the Adventist University of the Philippines. Today is a special day, for we are about to witness the first ever virtual Ibanez. I'm also equally excited. I mean, who wouldn't be? We won't only be hosting this event, but actually we also have another team of hosts from Mountain View College.
Hi, MVC.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, everybody. Hello, AUP. From the beautiful campus of Mountain View College. I am Kenji Madriaga, a faculty here at Mountain View College and the curator of the College Museum. And with me today is my co-host.
This afternoon.
For today's first ever ASEAN Virtual Extemporaneous Speech, and Modified Poster Making Contests, we'd like to welcome our special guests, esteemed judges, our brilliant participants, and friends. We appreciate the fact that you are taking time off from your busy schedule to join us today.
And we'd also like to greet our ASEAN brothers and sisters who are here with us this afternoon. They are from Indonesia, Malaysia, Myanmar, Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, and from the Philippines. Thank you for joining us in our call for one vision, one identity, one community.
To officially start our program, let us honor each of these participating ASEAN countries by listening to their national anthems.
Then that will be followed by the opening prayer to be led by Dr. Pamela Hendra Heng, the person in charge of the international collaboration and a faculty of the Psychology Department of Universitas Tarumanagara.
Bayang magiliw, kaya sa sinanganan, alam ng puso, sa dilim mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuloy ka ng magiting, sawang lulubig, di ka pasisigil. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simuyan, sa langit mo'y magha, nahiragang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isa't ng magawag mo'y tagumpay na nagdidinig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pamay di magbibigay. Lupa ng araw ng at ipagsinta, kung ay langit sa piling mo. Ang higaya ng pagmay magati, ang mga taingang dahil sa'yo. Indonesia, tanah airku, tanah yang berdarah. Di sanalah aku berdiri, jadi pandu hidupku. Indonesia, kebangsaanku, bangsa dan tanah airku. Marilah kita bersatu, Indonesia bersatu. Hiduplah tanahku, hiduplah negeriku, bangsaku, rakyatku semuanya. Bangunlah jiwanya, bangunlah badannya, untuk Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang kucinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang kucinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia the pride in our heart. ASEAN, we are born as one, look in our wide to the world. For peace now go from the very start, and for prosperity to last. We dare to dream, we dare to check together for ASEAN. We dare to dream, we dare to check on the way of ASEAN.
Good afternoon, leaders and contestants of all 20 institutions, partners, and distinguished guests of this virtual audience. Let's start the program with a word of prayer. I will lead the prayer in the faith of Christianity. For those who have different faith as I do, please pray silently according to your faith. Let's now bow down our heads and ask for the presence of God. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for gathering us in this special occasion, the ASEAN Virtual Extemporaneous Speech Contests and Modified Poster Making Contests in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic, when we, the academicians and students, have restrictions to meet each other in many parts of this world. However, we still see how good you are by providing us this high technology that binds us together in doing great activities with our students. We thank thee for and praise thee for the talents that you have bestowed upon all contestants. At this moment, we would like to request the presence of your Holy Spirit to guide us and to be in the midst of us in all our activities today. We would like to ask for your shower of blessings to those who have made this program into realization. We hope that today, all of us, leaders, contestants, and supporters will experience a wonderful and fulfilled day in one vision, one identity, one community, understanding cultures and promoting interconnectedness across Southeast Asia amid the pandemic. In Jesus' name, our Savior, our Counselor, and our Almighty God, we pray. Amen.
University of the Philippines.
The new normal may have limited our travels and in-person meetings, but it has paved the way for borderless and outstanding collaboration of various educational institutions. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the Adventist University of the Philippines, I welcome you to this afternoon's simulating academic activities that will feature talented students from the ASEAN region. To our special guest speaker, Honorable Ambassador Eduardo Martin Menyes, thank you so much for gracing this event with your virtual presence in the midst of your very busy schedule. We are very delighted to have you today in our program. I would also like to specially welcome the representatives of the 26 participating schools from Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, and the Philippines. Your involvement in this event is a true manifestation of our desire to continue the pursuit for academic excellence despite the many challenges we are facing in these trying but exciting times. Today's events will showcase the talents of our students in extemporaneous speech and modified poster making contest. With more than 100 participants in the college and high school levels, it is our hope that everyone will learn from the program and will enjoy it today. I would like to recognize the initiative of the College of Arts and Humanities through the leadership of the dynamic College Dean, Dr. Eunice Aklan, together with the History Department, DevCom Department, Languages Department, and the Trad Digital Fine Arts Department, and this academic year Student Council Officers of the College of Arts and Humanities under Charis Ongay as the President, and with the DevCom students for organizing this innovative activity despite the pandemic. I also recognize the collaborative efforts of the Asia Pacific International University, or AIU, in Thailand, who co-initiated this event with VPAA Ajarn Rita Maidong, co-chairing the first meeting in August, and who agreed to split with AUP the prizes for the winners. Likewise, I acknowledge Mountain View College, particularly their IT Director, Mr. Arguen Barago, and Ms. Carthy Aguilion, for spearheading MPC team and for expanding the reach of this event to Mindanao and Visayas. The theme, One Vision, One Identity, One Community, Understanding Cultures, and Promoting Interconnectedness across Southern Asia amidst the pandemic, is reflective of the camaraderie in play among education institutions who are being bravely and enthusiastically represented today. Congratulations in advance to everyone. Regardless of who wins, all of you are winners by merely joining in today's event. Again, welcome and mabuhay from the Philippines.
That was an awesome musical rendition by Mu Gamaki of the AUP's Music Department. To AUP's VPA, Dr. Miriam Narbarte, thank you for welcoming us all. To introduce to us our guest speaker, may we hear from the Dean of the College of Arts and Humanities, Dr. Eunice M. Aklan.
Thank you, Sir Jerwell. It is my great privilege and honor to introduce our distinguished guest speaker in this event, Honorable Ambassador Eduardo Martin Menyes. Ambassador Menyes was born in Rome, Italy. He graduated Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, Quezon City. He also holds Master of Advanced Studies in International and European Security Policy from Global Studies Institute, University of Geneva, Switzerland, and Postgraduate Certificate Leadership in International Security course from Geneva Center for Security Policy, also in Switzerland. Our esteemed guest speaker who joined the Philippine Department of Foreign Affairs in 1991. He was assigned to Philippine Foreign Service posts in the Netherlands from 1996 to 2002, in Singapore from 2005 to 2007, detailed to the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, or APEC Secretariat, the Philippine Mission to the United Nations in New York in 2007 through 2011, the Islamic Republic of Iran with concurrent jurisdiction over Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan in 2013 through 2016, and most recently to Tokyo, Japan from 2016 in the Home Office, were a special assistant to the Presidential Advisor on Foreign Affairs in the Office of the President in 1992 through 1996, Foreign Policy Advisor of the Chairman of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs in 2002 through 2004, Special Assistant to the Philippine Secretary of Foreign Affairs 2004 to 2005, and as Assistant Secretary, Director General of the Office of the United Nations and Other International Organizations, or UNIO, 2011 through 2013. Currently, Ambassador Menyes serves as the Assistant Secretary of the Office of Public and Cultural Diplomacy of the Department of Foreign Affairs in Manila, Philippines. Moreover, our respected guest speaker was an awardee of the National Council for United Nations Peace Operations in May 2014 for his valuable contribution to the Philippine participation in the United Nations peace operations. ASEAN family, one vision, one identity, one community. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming with a virtual applause our guest speaker today, a great ASEAN integration advocate, Honorable Ambassador Eduardo Martin Menyes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Eunice M. Aklan, for introducing our distinguished guest for today. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give our undivided attention to our guest speaker, Honorable Ambassador Eduardo Martin R. Menyes.
The Honorable President of the Adventist University of the Philippines, Dr. Francisco Gayoba, Vice President of AUP, Dr. Miriam Narbarte, Dr. Eunice Aklan, the Dean of the College of Arts and Humanities, dear fellow ASEAN citizens, ladies and gentlemen, a very good day to you all. As I was introduced, I am Eduardo Armenez, the Assistant Secretary of the Office of Public and Cultural Diplomacy in the Department of Foreign Affairs. I wish to express my appreciation to the Adventist University of the Philippines for so graciously inviting me to deliver a few remarks on this occasion as we open the ASEAN Virtual Extemporaneous Speech and Modified Poster Making Contests with the theme Understanding Cultures and Promoting Interconnectedness Across Southeast Asia Amid the Pandemic. As you are all certainly aware, we are still in the midst of a global pandemic. As such, the casual observer may wonder, what relevance could this theme have in the midst of our current situation? The answer is simple. It is in times of crisis such as this that ASEAN needs to come together more than ever. And there is no better way to achieve this than to foster a common sense of ASEAN and Southeast Asian identity through cultural understanding and interconnection. It is therefore quite appropriate that your theme is precisely focused on these goals of one vision, one identity, one community. As you may recall, ASEAN itself just turned 54 this past August. In its over half-century of existence, there has never been a single instance of a major interstate conflict among its members. In that time, ASEAN has risen to become the premier, indispensable organization in the region. Our nations have charted our region's course on our own terms, with our economies and peoples growing ever closer as we strengthen cooperation with our multiple external partners. Crises such as the COVID pandemic have shown that the ASEAN community is at its best when we all pull in the same direction to help each other. And that sense of ASEAN community is bolstered by having a firm grasp of ASEAN identity. When we know and appreciate our ASEAN brothers and sisters, we strengthen these bonds among ourselves. Crises, just what is the ASEAN identity? It consists of two bases. The first are the ASEAN's constructed values upon which the founders established our regional organization. These values, intended to improve the lives of Southeast Asian peoples, include peace and security, mutual respect, non-interference, democracy, freedom, respect for human rights, ASEAN centrality, and unity in diversity. The second basis consists of the inherited values from the cultural legacy that we Southeast Asians have developed over centuries. Among these many positive values, we have an emphasis on kinship, social harmony, solidarity, spiritualism, tolerance, humility, humanity, and communalism, all of which we find within ourselves, our families, and our communities. This shared yet diverse Southeast Asian cultural legacy underpinning our ASEAN identity is what I hope will be brought to the attention of our brothers and sisters across the region. Through events just like this, the values and traditions shared by ASEAN member states existed in Southeast Asian countries long before the establishment of ASEAN itself, and well before contact with the Western and outside world. To be sure, ASEAN identity is itself still very much in the process of social construction, as we work to strengthen the sense of belonging that people have to the ASEAN community, regardless of cultural differences and territorial borders. Nonetheless, we firmly believe that instilling ASEAN citizens with a deeper understanding and appreciation for this ASEAN identity is critical to building regional stability and prosperity in the region. We would do well to highlight our inherited Southeast Asian values of kinship, harmony, solidarity, and humanity, core values that show how important it is for us to take care of each other, especially in these times. Recognizing the principles of excellence, character, and service promoted by the organizers of this event, I dare say that these are also core values worth propagating during these challenging times. And it is precisely through events such as this that public understanding of the richness of Southeast Asian cultures is fostered. As we explore the many things we have in common with our ASEAN brethren, we are likewise proud to show them what is uniquely ours. As such, I wish our contestants the very best of luck, and I'm eager to see the talents, ingenuity, and creativity of our ASEAN youth today. Mabuhay ang ASEAN. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ambassador Eduardo Martin Armiñez, for gracing our event. And we'd like to present the certificate of appreciation to our honorable guest speaker.
Certificate of appreciation is presented to Ambassador Eduardo Martin Armiñez for his invaluable contribution as the esteemed guest speaker during the first ASEAN Virtual Extemporaneous Speech and Modified Poster Making Contest with the theme, One Vision, One Identity, One Community, Understanding Cultures and Promoting Interconnectedness across Southeast Asia amid the pandemic, given this 21st day of November 2021 via Zoom.
Signed by Dr. Miriam P. Narvarte, University of the Philippines. Signed by Dr. Hope Apirocho, the Vice President for Academics Affairs of Mountain View College. Signed by Ajarn Rita Maidon, the Vice President for Academic Affairs of Asia Pacific International University. And signed by Dr. Eunice M. Maclan, the Dean of the College of Arts and Humanities of the Adventist University of the Philippines.
Again, it is such an honor to have you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you to our friends from AUP. If you have just joined us right now, we would like to welcome you and hope you feel the warmth of our friendship. We are streaming live from Facebook, YouTube, and on Zoom. If you are watching from any of these platforms, we would like you to greet each other. Go ahead, make friends. After all, we are one ASEAN. Professor Donna, as we move into the competition proper, can you go over some of the guidelines and mechanics of the extemporaneous speaking contest?
Sure, I'd be glad to. We have two categories for this competition. We have the senior high school and the college level. This competition is open to all ASEAN students aged 16 to 19 for the senior high and 18 to 23 for the college level. Questions will be given 3 minutes before the contestants speak. The question will be sent to the contestant through the chat box and will be flashed on the screen while the speakers deliver their speech. While the first speaker is delivering the answer, the second speaker will then be given the question. The same time will be given for the second speaker and the rest of the speakers to prepare and speak. Each speaker is given 3 minutes to deliver the answer with a minimum of 2 minutes. The timekeeper will have to press the mute button of the contestants if they go beyond the 3 minutes allotted time for them. The ranking system will be used to determine the winner. The decision of the judges will be final and irrevocable. The first, second, and third placers for each category will be awarded during the closing ceremony.
Yes. For the reading of the criteria for judging the extemporaneous speech for both senior high school and college students, let us hear from Ms. Hazel Wanda Ginajil Gara, the director of the ESL program of Asia Pacific International University.
And after the reading of the criteria, we'll have Ms. Carthy Joy T. Aguilion, the chair of the Bachelor of Secondary Education of Mountain View College, who will introduce to us our board of judges.
Respected institution administrators, professors, students, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Sawadee ka. From Asia Pacific International University, Moklik Campus, Saraburi, Thailand. I am Hazel Wanda Ginajil, and it is a pleasure to read the criteria for judging the extemporaneous speech contest this afternoon. The judging criteria are as follows: 30% on content, the relevance, convincing, supporting ideas and analysis, 20% for delivery, emphasis and voice projection, 25% on the mastery of the English language, that's grammar, vocabulary, pronunciation, and fluency. 15% for organization of ideas, logical order of thoughts. And 10% on overall impact. That's a total of 100%. Thank you, Kapun Ka, and all the best to all participants.
Good day, everyone. It is my honor to present to you our judges for today's contest. Our first judge graduated magna cum laude in AB English with special awards such as Most Outstanding Speaker and Debater, Most Outstanding Journalist, and Most Outstanding Leader. She finished her MA in Communication from the University of the Philippines in Diliman, Quezon City, and she finished her Teaching Business English from the University of Southern Carolina in the USA. She's a public speaker, she's an events and television host, and a team building, leadership, and communications trainer. She was awarded by the local government of General Santos City with the Youth Achiever Award, Young Professionals category in recognition of her contribution as an influential training specialist, community development worker, and youth leader. Currently, she is the Supervising Legislative Staff Officer 2 for the Office of Senator Manny Pacquiao, Senate of the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Joanna Grace Banting Lapore. Our second judge has been a 3-time parliamentary debate champion. He was voice of our youth extemporaneous speaking district and regional champion, Best Speaker All Asians Parliamentary Debate Octo-Finalist Tournament, 13th Best Speaker in All Asians Intervarsity Debate Championships hosted by Mahidol University, Thailand. He is Chief Adjudicator of various local debate tournaments, and he currently works as a policy officer for All Home Corporation and is the chairperson of the board for the Online Microsellers Marketing Cooperative. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Frederick Las Marias. Our third judge is an extemporaneous and public speaker. She is an international resource speaker and trainer, multi-awarded student leader and speaker, a former visiting professor in University Utara, Malaysia, and also in President University in Jakarta, Indonesia. She was also the former Vice President for Academics in St. Mary's University. At present, she is a visiting professor in University Technology, Brunei. Ladies and gentlemen, our third judge is Professor Dr. Nena Padilla Valdez.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hazel Wanda Ginajil-Gara, for reading the criteria for judging, and Ms. Carthy Joy T. Aguilion for introducing our board of judges.
Yes, so I think this is the time, right? So our esteemed judges, I think it's time to give our first contestant the question. Again, as we have mentioned earlier, we are giving 3 minutes for each participant to speak and say their piece. The timer can be also seen on the screen, so they can monitor how much time they have left. And we have our timekeepers, Sir Acer Torres and Ma'am Apple Garma. They are the ones who are in charge of pressing the mute button of the participants if they go beyond the 3 minutes allotted time.
So I think we are ready to begin. Our first contestant is ready. Here's our first contestant, ladies and gentlemen.
Team judges and to the audience, how can the ASEAN help in the issue of air pollution and water pollution? Herman Melville, an American novelist, once said, "We cannot live for ourselves alone. Our lives are connected by 1,000 invisible threads." You see, there is a report back in 2015 where one of the reasons of death are water pollution and air pollution. So many people are dying because of these issues. In this pandemic, in this world, we are connected. One action affects one another. So how can we help? By not wasting water, by making sure that we are taking care of our environment. It starts with small things to bigger things. The ASEAN is an organization that has power, that is united so that we can be able to protect our environment, to protect ourselves. The ASEAN must establish more frameworks, more policies in light of these issues, more programs like this, so that people will be aware. Southeast Asians will be aware of the problem because many people are dying. This issue is a serious issue. So ASEAN must help people to open their eyes, to wash the dust off their eyes, that this issue is very important. It is very crucial and vital because it is our lives that are at stake. It is our future that is at stake. We must care for our environment, for we live in this world. So as I said, that ASEAN must establish more programs so that people will be more aware. Children will be more aware because the children are the future of our generation. They must be aware. We must teach the youth, the children, because like our national hero once said, Ang kabataan ang pag-asa ng bayan, which means that the youth are hope of the generation of the future. We must teach our youth to be more responsible in water and air pollution. As I conclude, no man is an island. We are all connected. We need to succeed and overcome all the challenges in life, and one of those is water and air pollution. Therefore, I need you as you need me, as we need each other, so that we can overcome this pressing issue of water and air pollution. I want all of you to know that I am a Filipino, part of the ASEAN, and we are one. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So, greetings to the Board of Judges and to our honorable audience. So we all know that Westernization is spreading worldwide. It is the modernization, and it affects also Southeast Asia because of globalization. Now, the question is, do I agree with the Westernization of Southeast Asia? I think the Westernization of Southeast Asia is very helpful in a way, because this also influences us to know about the things about the Western world. This gives us another addition to about our culture. But this doesn't mean that our culture will be gone. This will help us to learn more about the world and will expand our knowledge. And this will help us be people of broad knowledge about the world and the perspectives of the world. But this doesn't take away our identity. Westernization is just another addition to the improvement and the development of other countries, of the Southeast Asian countries. But it is important that we keep our traditions, our cultures, because this is our real identity. Westernization is just another thing that will broaden and make our world colorful. And Westernization is, it adds to diversity. It adds more knowledge to us and tells us about the world around us. It doesn't take away our identity. It doesn't mean that we will lose who we are, because our culture is very integrated from the very long generations from long ago. And we have to understand that where there is unity, there is victory. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon to all. And today I'll be sharing about how globalization can affect the environment. So increased transport of goods. It can help us transport goods and a lot of things throughout Southeast Asian countries. Because here in Southeast Asian countries, we have lots of goods that can help each other, and there are such things as economic specialization. And one oft overlooked side effects of globalization that allows nations and geographic regions to focus on their economic strengths. So these things are very well, and they can help us in Southeast Asia and unify us in some sense. decreased biodiversity, increased greenhouse gas emission, oceans, acidifications, and deforestation. In here, Southeast Asia, we are rich in trees and plants and lots of things that will help us overcome population. And yet, we need to have this so we can help each other and unify each other in some sense. And yes, it can also increase awareness. And when we have awareness, we can unify with each other and help each other overcome what is happening in our country. And
Okay, we'd like to call our fifth contestant. Kindly turn on your camera so that you can be highlighted by our technical team. Again, contestant or participant number 5, please turn on your camera. Thank you very much.
Firstly, I'm so sorry for that technical problem. Good morning, everybody. I'm Chloe from FLSS, and I'm from Vietnam. So the questions the contest give me today is how can we gain an advantage from the common cultural trade we have in our ASEAN regions? Of course, we are all Asian countries, so we will have some cultural traits, and this will be an advantage for our economies and for our friendships. Exactly. Now it's time. Now I will clarify more my points of view. When I say that our cultural traits will be an advantage for our economy, because not every countries in the Westerns can maintain the cultural that we, the Asians from the Asian country, have from today. For example, Alzai and others cultural cuisines of Vietnam and others Asian countries. For the next idea, I think that cultural traits, our common cultural traits will be essentials for our friendship, because this will help us bond together more efficiently, as well as help us communicate and shares our opinion and help us develop more in the future. And another, and this can be, for instance, I have a friend who is an Indian, and when we can communicate with our cultural traits, I can learn a lot from Indian, and can learn a lot from his cultural, and I can learn a lot from his country, as well as he can learn back from me. That is, thank you for listening.
So firstly, I want to say hello to all of the incredible judges and adorable audience. So as we all know, that ASEAN was firstly created to propose and support Asian countries in terms of economy and other aspects in on the globe right now. So it is primarily an economic union comprising 10 members of states in Southeast Asia, which promotes intergovernmental cooperation and facilitates economy. So obviously, helping each other is in the economical ground is a simple and important thing. So first, what we must focus on is the cooperation, which should enhance the bonding between countries, because bonding is one of the most important part in socializing with each other. So I think that the main thing in the safeguard the economic interest is that we must make sure that every citizen in each country have a basic knowledge about the economy of each country's economical ground. So that is the first thing we must confirm. And moreover, I think that ASEAN has always been a really great and incredible foundation in the whole world, and I think that it is very easy for us to take advantage of cooperation to promote and safeguard the economic interest of the region, because in the last 2 decades, ASEAN has always been very enthusiastically proposed in economical forums around the world. And what I want to mention here is that if we want to make sure that every citizen in Asia take advantage of the cooperation to promote the economy of their own countries, then we must have a great society between citizens around the whole world, in order to make sure that every generations have always have knowledge and always knowledge about the society of Asian since Asian was born. So it would be incredible if all the citizens in Asia can bond together and create a firm and healthy environment for the economy.
Mabuhay ASEAN members, mabuhay everyone. A pleasant day to you all. I am Francine Shra and I'm doctor, a participant from the Master School of Lupao City, Philippines. Given the question number 7 stating, what measures can ASEAN use to promote common cultural identity in the region? Explain. Let me give you all my opinions. Coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is a progress. Working together is a success. Henry Ford. As a part of ASEAN countries, we all know that we have our unique cultures, our traditions, and our beliefs. However, what can we do to promote common cultural identity in the region? First, we have different platforms, like we have the blogs, the news, the blog with the writing system, and we can also have seminars like this and webinars. Promoting the culture is very hard, knowing that some may not follow, may not respect. However, we should always try until they will know the importance of our culture, and as well as to us to know the importance. We may be a small organization than the others, but promoting ourselves, promoting the common cultural in this region will broaden and will empower what we have and continue to widen what we know. To conclude, there are a lot of things to use to promote common cultural identity in this region. I may not say it all, but you should know, and you have to know that you may be an individual, you may be an ordinary person, but everything that you do will affect others, and they might get inspired by what you do and what you act. And that is all. Thank you.
Countries, more than 600 million people, in a vast total land area of about 4,340,700 square kilometers. Who would have thought that throughout this community we would come together and attain unity amidst diversity? Good afternoon, fellow contestants. Good afternoon, Board of Judges, and good afternoon, everyone. That question that was given to me is, how can ASEAN promote gender empowerment in the region? Well, I have read once that Kofi Annan once said that we may have different religions, different languages, different colored skin. But we all belong to one human race. Well, gender empowerment is a very, very controversial topic right now. Gender empowerment is the empowerment of people of any gender. Well, I have read that a lot of gender empowerment topics right now is most basically focused on empowering the women, because a lot of women are not having the same treatment as men have. And yes, I believe that all of us, as part of the Asian community, can promote our gender empowerment. Because let us think about it. We are not strangers that have different individualistic goals and dreams, but we are interconnected people under the same rising sun of the Southeast. To empower the people of the to empower gender equality, we must always remember that we should love one another, We should accept one another. We should accept our flaws and our differences, because we are going to be strong if we are all united as one. If we are able to love one another and don't care about the barriers that we see from each other, we will now see the beauty in everyone, and that we all have power to share to other people, to other communities, and to other countries around the world, and not just in the Asian community. And I believe that we live in a world where we have a vision to have the world of equality. We have one identity, which is we are all humans. We are all made in the likeness of God, and we have one community. So let us help one another to love one another. So once again, for me to promote this gender empowerment.
I love you. Good morning and good afternoon to all of the people who are watching here today. I am honored to be participating in this contest with you all. And the question that I got was, how has the COVID-19 pandemic strengthened the bond of all ASEAN countries? So COVID-19 has brought us together under a common enemy. This pandemic has given us the opportunity to work together and to stand together. According to Mahatma Gandhi, unity, to be real, must stand the severest strain without breaking. So this trial that we ASEAN people have endured together has brought us together. It has made our bond stronger. According to Thomas Cruz, 2021, Singapore is one of the countries that provided assistance to the Philippines during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now this act of help from Singapore has strengthened our relations. It has strengthened our ASEAN strength. As I'm sure that Singapore has helped the Philippines during the COVID-19 pandemic, other ASEAN countries have helped each other during the COVID-19 pandemic. And so, as we work together during these trying times, it has created history between our countries, even more than the history we have now. It has created history, it has created connections, as fits the theme of this event, strengthening interconnectedness amidst the pandemic. In this case, our bonds have been strengthened, our connections have been strengthened because of the pandemic. The pandemic has brought us together. The pandemic has given us a common enemy to unite for and to stand against. And it has filled our people with drive. It has filled our people with the need to communicate and the need to help each other. ASEAN aims for the prosperity and the economic growth and the safety of all the ASEAN nations. So being able to get through this pandemic is another way of fulfilling our ASEAN dreams. It has become an outlet for our bonds to become strengthened. It has become an outlet for our strength. It has become our outlet to demonstrate the unity and
Greetings to all. I am Vance Escovidal from South Philippine Adventist College, Philippines. My question is, how can cultural identity or common culture be promoted in ASEAN countries? First off, what is culture? According to the Merriam-Webster, it says culture is the customary beliefs, social forms, and material traits of a racial, religious, or social group. In the ASEAN, we are blessed with many cultures. We have different religions, different languages, In fact, we have over 1,000 languages in the ASEAN. And our countries, Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam, have very diverse cultures within our specific countries. Now, how do we promote this? Simple. We are in the age of social media. We can share it online. We can share it through Facebook, Twitter, TikTok even. I remember there was a trend where a lot of Asian countries showed off their beautiful costumes, national costumes. And it really it amazed me so much that Asia, the ASEAN, has a lot of culture. Now, with our different cultures, we should be proud of it. Why? Because according to Stephen R. Covey, strength lies in differences, not in similarities. We should be proud of our cultural differences, our different languages. Again, in our age, it's very easy to share our culture. So let's do it. Write a post, tweet something, share it in Facebook, and the whole world can see. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly an honor to be with all of you here today, to see your faces and to be a part of your program. And I am very grateful to be someone whom I can share my own opinion with regarding the question that was given to me. So the question that was given to me is that how should students deal with the differences in culture within and outside of Southeast Asia? Okay, so first of all, I would like to include a quote that says that diversity is our strength. And by having that awareness that we are all different plays a crucial point in our life. By having that awareness that we are created differently and we have that unique traits, and by having this awareness, we therefore respect them. We therefore respect their beliefs, their traditions that they practice in. And I believe that as a student, by being more culturally aware, I can help these differences. I can be more sustaining student as I therefore understand their part. I therefore understand their belief. And students can also have this mentality where therefore they are an open-minded students, as there are a lot of circumstances as teachers may also be a tool where they can educate their students between the culture of other people. And by having this an open-minded mentality, we therefore exert ourselves, we therefore invest, and we therefore deal with the differences of other culture. And I would like to add some differences of the Philippines and other culture, as I do believe that Filipinos love the sweet food, and I was once witnessed how Indonesians people love the spice food, and therefore we are different from each other. We therefore have that differences, and that is the point of it. That is the point of exposing ourselves. We therefore, by having the capability and exposing ourselves in a lot of situations, brings us a lot of opportunities and brings us a lot of realizations in life, that I would like to conclude that we are not supposed to be alone, and we are not alone. We are not highly independent human beings as we may think of, and we rely toward each other, as we also need the necessities that we have. We also need the others' help, and others need our help also. So if you would ask me if how students will deal with these differences in culture, is by having the education, by having the awareness, and being able to respect each other's differences. Thank you.
Salamat, Tinggahari. Magandang umaga. Good morning to all. Good afternoon to all. even though we are separated by islands, but we are one in voice and we are one in ASEAN. To my fellow competitors, to my judges, I liken the world as a school cafeteria, where the most popular countries are the US, the China, and we are at the bottom of the cafeteria food chain, the ASEAN. But even though we are separated, even though we are not that popular, if we are united, then we can usher a world into a glorious and rich culture that we can share. Because I believe that it's important for ASEAN country that our heritage is to be preserved. Because if we preserve our culture, we can share it to one another. We are living in a COVID pandemic, and the effect is very deadly to us. And if we share our culture in our health, we can share ideas from another and to work together to halt this pandemic. We can also send our students abroad to share other culture, scholarships, and other things so we can be united in terms of this pandemic. Also, we are rich in cultural heritage. The funny accents, the foods that we eat, our religious views. We can share this to everyone. We can share this to our brothers and sisters from other countries. And this will give us a sense of unitedness, a sense of belongingness. And we can share each other's cultural heritage in spite of the miles and miles of culture and geographical separation. And it is our identity. We know that all of us, if not all of us, we are conquered by first world countries. And through our identity as ASEAN, we can preserve it and we can remind ourselves that we are Filipinos, we are Malaysians, we are Vietnamese, we are Singaporeans, we are ASEAN. Even though we are separated by culture, even we are separated by our languages, the food that we eat, and our religious views, if we come together to preserve our culture, we can be an ASEAN worth fighting for. Thank you.
My ASEAN brothers and sisters, as we are all aware, we live in this world filled with beauty, sights to see, places to go to, and food to eat. But recently, a pandemic has struck us. A pandemic so severe that it has shunned us away from our normal and everyday carefree lives. But recently, the pandemic has shown us such the beauties of the world. And have you ever asked yourself, what or how can we describe a well-connected ASEAN region? Well, let me enlighten you. Number one, a well-connected ASEAN region should band together and solve each problem that they had, just like what has been shown through these days of COVID. For example, here in the Philippines, all locals band together to practice social distancing so that we could lower the number of the casualties due to COVID. Because as stated by the World Health Organization, in the Philippines alone, for over 40,000 people have died from the pandemic. In the Philippines alone. How crazy is that? What more if it's in the whole world, or rather the ASEANs? What more if it happened to them? Next, a well-connected region should be educated enough not to cause any internal and external disputes. Because we are all brothers and sisters. We should all look at each other and love each other, not fight and have disputes with each other. For example, in the educational systems itself, of course, we have to be friends with one another. That in itself shows the beauty of friendship and what we could achieve with proper interconnectedness with one another. Because interconnectedness could lead us to a better and brighter future and could lead us to new and better possibilities. But have you ever thought to yourself, how could we achieve this well-connected? How could we achieve this well-connected region? Well, we have to look at each other and focus on a common goal that we could achieve so that we could put the proper objectives in place to achieve it. Because we built this city. We built this city on rock and roll. Yes, my ASEAN brothers and sisters, we have built our city with our blood, our sweat, and our tears to be enriched with culture, and we should keep it that way. And my friends, even though I'm just a 17-year-old boy who is highly dependent on his parents, I will make sure to do my part in spreading interconnectedness and promoting a well-rounded, a well-described region here in our ASEAN. But the question is, will you join me?
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. For my 17 years of living in this world, I never imagined myself speaking in front of all of you and answering the question, describe the roles of technology in unifying ASEAN countries. This pandemic surely can limit us from connecting with each other, but with the technology, we can surpass this limitation. Technology can be a way for us to surpass these limitations. First, in terms of socializing, it does not require us to meet physically, just like how we can talk virtually with the use of the internet as well as the different devices like laptops, cell phones, tablets, and any other technologies in our societies. Number two, we have a lot of different platforms nowadays. We have the Facebook, we have the Twitter, we have the YouTube that we can use to know what the cultures of other ASEAN countries are. The third one, we can end this limitation with the use of technology in a way of music, in a way of posters, in a way of slogans that we can use in our everyday life. Globalization surely gave a huge help for us to survive and surpass the things that hinder us from being connected. Do you think it is still hard for us to connect with other ASEAN countries now that we already have the technology that we use? Thank you.
A pleasant afternoon to our Board of Judges, a pleasant afternoon to everyone who is watching, and a pleasant afternoon to my fellow MVCIans. I was given the question, what is the most important role of education in unifying countries in Southeast Asian countries? So there are three main points. Number one, it has preserved our identity. We are taught to value our culture, not only ours, but also other cultures. We are taught to be appreciative in what we have. We are taught to be grateful also in what we have. The next, we are taught to communicate, and through communicating, we are taught to respect other people, which unifies our ties with other nations. And lastly, education can fully develop social justice. Education about gathering information, education can also improve and expand wholesome improvement in the aspect of economical, sociological, political, and religious aspect. So education is very important because we are taught to value not only academics, but we are also taught to uphold our values, to uphold our culture. We are taught to uphold everything that means to us. We are taught to uphold the very importance of unifying our countries. So with that, education can be achieved if we are all informed, and it is also important to unify our countries with other nations. So that is all. Thank you.
All right, we would like to apologize. We are having some technical issues. We are trying to resolve it as of the moment. Please do stand by. If you have some comments that you would like all the other participants to know, please do type it in the chat box. And if you would like to interact with the other participants from other schools and universities, make sure that you make use of this time to do so. While we are waiting for the technical team to work on the issues that we are encountering as of the moment, let us just wait, and in a few minutes, we will be back. Okay, are we now ready for participant number 15? Okay, I think they are just about ready to get started. So once again, we would like to welcome our next participant for this afternoon. Do we have our next participant ready? Okay, we are trying to contact our participants and hopefully that they could join us back in. Our previous participant was not able to finish her scheduled time because of technical concerns with internet connectivity issues. So we are trying to reconnect with them, and meanwhile our next participant is getting ready. All right. Please bear with us for a few more minutes. You know, sometimes during programs like this, when we are live, at some point, technology will fail us. We just don't know when. It's just very unfortunate that we have to experience this in the middle of the presentation, but we are working hard on it, so please be very patient with us. Okay, we are almost ready. Okay, we are now ready for our next participant. Participant number 17, if you are ready. Okay, our technical team is trying to identify our participants from the long list of participants on our Zoom link. So meanwhile, we are waiting for them to get reconnected into the system so we can have them on Spotlight and we can continue with the rest of the presentations this afternoon. So may we call on our IT representatives? Are we ready for our next participant? There she is. Okay, I think she is ready. So we will now resume with our participant number 16.
Lead to better connections among countries, not only in ASEAN countries, but around the world. ASEAN countries are also known to take pride in our art and heritage, which can be found in our architecture, folk dances, traditional music, and literature. Through this understanding of diversity, we create an endless amount of opportunities. We are able to learn from our experiences and make progress. Now, despite these barriers that we are facing due to COVID-19, we are already a community with our own sense of belonging and identity. And through better communication, we can understand each other through our shared core value, which is hospitality. Through solving problems that we face, like COVID-19, technology resources, which we all have present in ASEAN countries, can be solved. Together, through understanding and being more open-minded, we can be willing to consider new ideas, be unbiased, unprejudiced, and accepting. I believe that this can solve many issues that we are facing, such as our current one, which is COVID-19, and in line with our topic, which is understanding stakeholders and promoting interconnectedness across Southeast Asia amid the pandemic. Having good relationships not only with ourselves, but with others can provide many information which can help us in the future. And as we know that ASEAN country is a melting pot filled with knowledge from not only our own countries and not only our own cultures, but from all over the world. Through this, knowledge is power, and we can make great achievements that cannot be done as an individual. Together, we can do our best, help one another, and truly try to attain one vision, one identity, and one community.
Let's share our spirits to heal the world. Let our consonants speak out loud. Let the light from the east shine through the clouds. No matter our differences, no matter our distances, ASEAN, we still unite as one. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Easy Marie Israel, and this is my question. As a young person, what can you possibly do in your small way to promote ASEAN unity? Well, I have 2 points to share this very afternoon. First and foremost, as a person, as a member of the Generation Z, we are surrounded in an environment where technology is almost everywhere and our lives is dependent on its power. We can see how powerful it is through this pandemic, despite of being disconnected with the people we love and meet and the people we have been used to be with, and for the things that we are used to do. Technology has been bridging us there and to save us from being too disconnected from each other. I see the promises of these media. That is why I think that technology and these gadgets and the internet will really help us to battle and to share what we can during these times. And the next is, I believe that we should hold on to our identity and just be ourselves. We must not forget that we are humans. We should continue what we should do, because in these times we are reminded of our purpose in this world, and that is to know that our existence is of effect and influence to others if we just remain to be ourselves. And through technology and holding on to ourselves, I know that we can share and we can continue to learn new things and new information and new learnings that we can inculcate to ourselves, not just being a youth and a citizen of our own. To close, I will quote a saying from Mahatma Gandhi, which says, "Our ability to reach unity amidst diversity will be the beauty."
Thank you very much for that. Right. We're waiting for the next contestant from AAC, Adventist Academy Cebu. So if you are on, we're waiting for you now.
Should not be a barrier to Southeast Asian unity. Religion is the belief in worship of a superhuman controlling power, especially a personal god or gods, and that is defined by Oxford Languages. It should not be a barrier because religion helps the nation to have an identity. It reinforces social unity and stability, and it gives you the purpose to live. And if we have these features, we can be united. The Southeast Asian nations can be united politically, economically, environmentally. And that would be all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. It's very interesting to hear the thoughts of our young people on issues that are very relevant today. And now we're waiting for our next contestant from Mindanao Mission Academy. I think they're ready now. Let's give you the time. MMA, take it away.
To our distinguished panel of judges, my ever-supportive family and friends, and my fellow contestants, a pleasant afternoon to all of you. The question that I am given goes, how can Asian countries economically prosper in this age of economic globalization? As mentioned in the previous speeches, we have learned that we are the age of technology. And how do we prosper economic globalization with this? The first one is to promote Asian local cultures and products. Through promoting our cultures and our products, we will be able to share this with the world. We will be able to globalize and to share what we have and what we know. The next is to give Asian linkages so that we will be able to interconnect with the world. The last one I want to share is research innovation. As I have mentioned earlier, we are the age of technology, and we can use this, we can innovate so that we can prosper in this age of economic globalization. To the best of my ability, I have substantiated my answer. Thank you.
To all of the judges, to all of my fellow speakers, to the ASEAN community, a pleasant afternoon to all of you. Diversity is having a seat at the table. Inclusion is having a voice, and belonging is having that voice be heard. This is a quote from this box. How shall we combat discrimination in Southeast Asia? Discrimination in Southeast Asia may come in many ways. We come from different culture, we come from different religions, and during this pandemic, one discrimination that has happened is the Asian discrimination. And how shall we combat discrimination? First is unity. Unity is the sense of belongingness. Unity connects us together, even though we have differences, even though we are different from different countries, even though we have different religions. Unity connects. Second is understanding. Understanding that we all have differences and that we should use that as our strength. And third is acceptance. Acceptance that we are all different. But despite that, we are all united. As an ASEAN community, we have one vision. We have one identity. And to combat discrimination in Southeast Asia, we must understand, we must accept, and we must be united, because in unity, we are strong. As I end my speech, let me leave you with this quote from J.K. Rowling, that we are only as strong as we are united and as weak as we are divided. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, audiences and judges, I am here in front of you to tell you about how advantageous the globalization is in the Southeast Asian countries. First off, the benefit of globalization is the economic and cultural change, because it will be a huge difference, it will make a huge difference in our country, in our world, if we have this globalization. And as we all know, the globalization is continuously happening in our world, because there's a lot of changes, but at the same time, although there are negative effects of this globalization, but at the same time, there are more advantages of globalization in our country and in our world. And the first benefit of this globalization in the world is the economic and the cultural change. It gives a huge difference and at the same time benefit for the employees, for the people who are in the trading and the economies, the government officials, at the same time, those people who are working abroad. And lastly, this globalization also gave a lot of change, especially in the social and cultural change of social and culture of a certain country, because it enables the different countries to reach to be able to reach other countries, and at the same time to spread and give a change and let other people know about their cultures or the society that is happening, or the problem that is happening in their world or in their society. That would be all. Thank you. 2 minutes po ba? 2 minutes po.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Board of Judges, everyone who is present in this Zoom call, to the viewers in YouTube and Facebook. Welcome. I'm Faye Isabel G. Lareza from Adventist Academy Cebu, and my question is, how significant are different media platforms in understanding cultures in Southeast Asia? Media platforms are multiple social networking sites in which individuals can share knowledge, entertainment, culture with any other part in the world. From ThinkAsia.organization,
Southeast Asians with internet access are ranked as some of the world's most ubiquitous users of social media platforms. Yet it is true that in Southeast Asia, as elsewhere, scholars, analysts, and governments are still trying to understand how the informational underpinning of democracy have eroded. To begin with, in social media platforms, like one that I currently use a lot, is Facebook and YouTube. Through that, I can see various cultures regarding from Indonesian, Malaysian, Vietnamese, and many more. Through them, through those platforms, I was able to learn more about various cultures. And I'm sure that many of individuals in Southeast Asia who are actively using the internet, their gadgets, and these mobile platforms can also learn more about Filipinos. I remember in a survey before that Philippines had the highest people who texted a lot and called each other a lot. So that may be an influence to that. It is a great significance because now that as we enter the modern age, many people rely on their gadgets, and through that, at the click of a button, at the click of in our keyboards, we are able to learn more about different things that we are interested in, including education, politics, and many other things. To conclude, I believe that it is also evident that these media platforms are encouraged and, well, in moderation, are encouraged and to be used in sharing our cultures so that in the future, we will have a better road to one vision, one identity, and one community. That is all. Thank you.
United we stand, divided we fall. I would like to address my greetings to the fellow judges, contestants, and to the audience. Good afternoon. So the question that was given to me is, how can ASEAN promote sustainable development in this contemporary period? We are in a generation where we are filled with different cultures, beliefs, and opinions as a human being. But let us always have that comprehension that how can we, ASEAN, promote our sustainable development to other cultures, to other nations? How? So the main point that I'll be stating this afternoon is through our culture. We need to bind our culture. We need to establish our culture even more. Because as a Filipino, we should be proud of who we are. Because who we are can maintain, can promote our culture as what it is. We are in a generation, or I should say, we are in a contemporary period that we are adapting the Western cultures. But the question is, are we developing ASEAN culture? Are we promoting it in a sense that it could increase our economic growth? So according to the Council of Foreign Affairs, that the ASEAN has these 4 pillars, or I should say goals. It's to maintain growth, to maintain peace, social economic class, and to promote environmental programs. And one of those pillars, there's this economic class, there's this economic growth, and through our economic growth, we need to promote our culture. We need to promote for us to establish a culture that is not just well-developed, that is not just a culture that we maintain the rest of our lives, but we need to maintain our culture for us to be globally competitive, for us to maintain our beliefs, our opinions, and for us to progress our own culture. Let me remind you that in life, we have this different values, different perspectives. But one key that ASEAN has is we are united. Being united promotes economic growth. Being united can cause a nation that not lead to a catastrophe. Again, my quote is divided we fall, united we stand. That's all. Thank you.
Being educated is not something when we learn math, English, science subject. It should be educated in our heart, in our minds, in our soul. Mabuhay! A marvelous afternoon to each and everyone, to the members of the panel of judges, to the ASEAN community, to my fellow Filipinos, to my fellow speakers, teachers, viewers, and guests. I am George Stephen C. Mailig from the home of the Ravens, San Pablo Colleges, Philippines. Education. Education refers to the discipline that is concerned with methods of teaching and learning in schools and school-like environments. But what is the one thing that ASEAN should promote for us to progress? I think it is time for us to learn about diversity. I have something to share to you. The three sense that I always use in my life. The understanding, the acceptance, and the share. Understanding. Understanding which we should understand and analyze what is our differences, what is our boundaries, what are the things that we should avoid when we meet somewhat different from us. And achieving that step would take us to the acceptance wholeheartedly those people that are different from us, those people that have different cultures, tradition, and ethnicities. And with that, we will learn to respect. We will learn to respect those diverse cultures, traditions, and ethnicities. And the last one is share. We have to share this knowledge that we have. We have to share this knowledge to our friends, to our community, to our nation, and to our world. For us to spread this positivity, for us to spread being educated in diversity. Again, we have to understand, we have to accept, and we have to share. Education is not only about math, it's about learning how to respect our differences, how to respect the diversity, and how to be knowledgeable about diversity. Thank you.
What is the last food that you ate today? Did you try to eat some eggs, hot dogs, or maybe spam? Did you know that promoting foods in the ASEAN countries is by having the most powerful tool, which is interconnectedness? And by that means, I would be giving you the two factors. First, is that food defines the cultural identity of the Southeast Asian. This is how they promote by doing the things like community pantry, by having and promoting through the different platforms. Did you know that in the Philippines, they establish the Bayanihan spirituality. And by that, they are able to promote the food in the Southeast Asia. And the next one is the power of generosity. Because people are being generous by giving the foods to people. And by that means, many people will be influenced, the Asians or whether you are from different parts of the world. Their influence of giving food to the people who needs it. My dear fellow citizens, interconnectedness is the most powerful tool in promoting foods across the ASEAN countries. I would like to ask for your hand and hold it firmly as we stay strong in promoting different foods. By the way, have some snack to retain your energy.
The panel of judges, to the ASEAN community, my fellow Filipinos, all the viewers, a pleasant afternoon to all of you. I am Princess Angela A. Vanessa, and I'm here to share my thoughts on the question, how can education be used as a tool to address gender inequality? Before anything else, there are two types of education. One is formal education. This is the type of education that we receive in school. This is where we learn about math, social science, and such things. Two is by personal experiences. We can be educated through our experiences in life. Education can be used as a tool to address gender inequality because if we are educated, we know respect and understanding. When we know respect, we respect each other's differences. Respect goes hand in hand with acceptance. When we know how to respect others' uniqueness, others' gender, it also means that we accept them even though they are different from us. If we are accepting of other people's differences, then we will be able to live in harmony with our ASEAN friends. Second is culture. Second is understanding. Understanding the differences and understanding each other's differences and being aware of it. Being aware of it helps us address gender inequality. Thank you.
When we hear a certain song, and the world must come together as one. Ladies and gentlemen,
fellow Southeast Asians, I believe that we always live in a world full of diversity because it is part of our humanity. However, living with this fact, it is important to identify our cultural differences, able to respect them and give values. First, our cultural difference majoritarily lie in our regional views. We here in the Philippines have a Christianity views, while in Malaysia, they have an Islamic views, and in Indonesia, they have a Buddhism views. This may be a hindrance in the way we perceived how we were created, but it is good to respect and value because in the end, all we want to do is to give back to the one who have created us. Second is our cultural differences, such as the foods, arts, dances, and music. We all have diverse of cultures and diverse of unique ideas. And this is what makes the world beautiful and what makes the world a masterpiece. However, ladies and gentlemen, now there is a one question for every Southeast Asians. We have the power to choose whether to live ourselves within the strength of our cultural differences or let our cultural differences banish our potentials and unification. What is your choice?
Mat, Taiku, Satu, Isa, one. Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant afternoon. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, consisting of 10 different countries with each having its respective culture, differences, principles, practices, traditions, and so on and so forth. But why? Why does ASEAN centers and anchors to our slogan? One vision, one identity, one community. How are we able to explain? How are we able to comprehend our slogan? One vision, one identity, one community. I believe that ASEAN is in existence right now because of a purpose, because of different purposes. As established on August 8, 1967, we have the ASEAN has established its goals and its objectives. For us, the economy, for us, ASEAN. But if you'd ask me, how can I relate to one vision, one identity, one community? Easy. With us having our differences, we should not take this as our weaknesses. We should embrace our differences. We should acknowledge our different cultures, different practices, different traditions, and so on and so forth. And for us to be able to do so, for us to be able to accomplish one identity, one vision, and one community, we have to be ASEAN. This slogan reminds us to where are we heading? What are the driving forces of ASEAN and who we should be? We should stand firm and be ASEAN. You should be the ambassadors of ASEAN, the one who lives and breathes ASEAN, the one who cherishes, wears the different traditional costumes and speaks the different languages of ASEAN. Be ASEAN. And for us to uphold to our slogan, one vision, one identity, one community, we have to choose to be ASEAN. For we are not just ASEANs by nature, but we are ASEANs by choice. Choose to be ASEAN, and we can be one in identity,
one in vision, and one as a community.
Good morning to our esteemed judges and everyone here today. It is a privilege and an honor to take part in such a wonderful event. I was posed a question on what can ASEAN do to protect the indigenous people of ASEAN. When I was a kid, I watched an Indian television show wherein I noticed a gesture that seemed to be repeatedly appearing. People would put their hands together, clasp them in the front of their chest, close their eyes and say, Namaste. This gesture highlights the concept of humility, which is what I believe to be the most important facet in protecting the culture, not only of indigenous people in ASEAN, but in all of the 10 member states. The concept of cultural humility was coined by Melanie Terveloin, a health educator, and Jane Marie Garcia, a clinic administrator in 1989. The concept of cultural humility recognizes that to understand a culture and to fully immerse oneself in it is to put into yourself who you are, where you've been, and why you are, into understanding and putting yourself in the shoes of another. The concept of cultural humility shows the strength needed to bow to another culture. But what does it mean to humble oneself? To humble oneself does not mean to say I am less than or to give power to somebody else. To humble oneself means to say that I am here and I am willing to learn. I'm willing to put myself into your shoes, to see this world through the lenses to which you view it in the most magnificent way. That is what I believe must be promoted by ASEAN to all the member states. Promote cultural programs like this, show the culture of the indigenous people so that we may understand their religion, their dances, their music, that we may appreciate the art and beauty of it all. I believe that awareness comes from exploring and tasting. We must put ourselves in those places wherein we can learn from others. And I believe that can be done through programs like these. And it is so wonderful that I am able to hear from all of you today. I'm able to see how you view the world. And that, I believe, is essential to promoting the protection of indigenous cultures here in ASEAN. As the Master Connectivity Plan for 2025 aims for a seamless, integrated, and comprehensively connected society for a people-oriented, people-centered, and
One vision, one United Nation, one ASEAN. Good day, brothers and sisters, ASEAN brothers and sisters. I stand here today, Faith Jasmine Siladan, and my question goes, what is the proper context of cultural tolerance? How can you apply it to Southeast Asia? As the student of today's generation, we all know that ASEAN has complex culture. We, ASEAN, is very rich in culture. And especially in this time of pandemic, viewing the current state of this complex culture, we could really not defy the fact that our differences, our cultural differences certainly stand out as one of the biggest challenges that we face today. And what is the proper context of cultural tolerance? So when we talk about cultural tolerance, it is not discriminating against people of other culture. It means that we respect people by their culture, by their differences, by their views, opinions, by their religion. And this goes, how can we apply context of cultural tolerance? If we would be able to educate ourselves to respect our differences and to stand firm on how to view things differently and to be wide, to be generalized, and to see that there's more to our differences, we could really apply it by respecting one another, driven by these differences. How can we apply it in Southeast Asia? We all know that, as what I have said, we are very rich in culture. So how can we apply it? Simple. Respect one another. Respect our differences, because our differences is our factors that drive us to that ASEAN that we long for, to that one identity, to that one vision that we yearn for. That as ASEAN, by respecting our differences, we could be that something that we are looking forward. And as ASEAN, where there is unity, there is always victory. And when we unite as one by respecting one another, by respecting these cultures, we could really foresee that in the near future, we would really see an ASEAN, a world where respect to one another really paves its way. And we could really see those happy faces to everyone celebrating the respect and celebrating our differences. That's all.
Tensions of border escalating between Philippines and Vietnam and China. We believe that it's about time ASEAN countries unite, and I will give 3 structural reasons why it is so important for ASEAN countries to unite. Good afternoon and good morning to all judges and our fellow contestants. So coming to my 3 reasons about ASEAN, why it's so important for ASEAN countries to unite. First of all, my first reason is that to avoid tension and political escalation. First of all, we can see that there are so many conflicts between countries. Like there's so many political tension and escalation between countries like between China, Vietnam, and Philippines. And only when we work together and fight back and come to a compromise, we can really achieve peace and relieve this tension, and also to avoid external interference. And our second reason is to solve the problems together. We believe that geographically, this country, we're all Southeast Asian, so this country are really near each other. So we are facing so many common problems, like environmental problems, some conflicts between. We're facing so many common issues like religious issues, or gender inequality, or like environmental problems. And only when we work together, and only when we can come up with a common solutions, we can solve this problem. And our last reason is that only when we work together, only when we cooperate, when we unite, we can achieve the economic growth and really bridge the rich and the poor gap. So because of that, really, thank you for listening to my speech.
political system is a game of hunger or hungry lions. A magnanimous afternoon to each and every one of us, especially to the Board of Judges. How can we resolve the political conflicts in Southeast Asian countries? In my own opinion, we must first have an efficient leader of each country. Having an efficient leader of each country means a wise leader, a smart leader, a respectful leader, and an understanding leader. Next, if we have an efficient leader in our countries, we should do a proper negotiations. We should have proper negotiations, wise negotiations. And how can we have proper negotiations? How can we deal with proper negotiations? We must first understand the cultures, beliefs, attitudes of our countries that we're going to deal with. If we don't respect, if we don't understand the country that we're going to negotiate with, we won't have the bond, we won't have the understanding that we need, that we must acquire in that negotiation. Next, we must kill down the stigma of corruption. We must kill down the stigma of corruption in which political government officials shouldn't be corrupted. Next is boundary disputes. We all know the issue between the China and the Philippines when it comes to the sea. So that we must very disrespectful and understanding when it comes to boundaries. How do we conflict the issues of political issues in Southeast Asian country? First, we must have an efficient leader. Second, we must do proper negotiations by understanding the cultures, by respecting their cultures and beliefs. Third, we must kill down the stigma of corruption. And fourth, we must respect boundary disputes. That's all, and thank you.
Go. Good afternoon, beautiful people from different Asian countries. Never underestimate the power of communication. It is because in communication, we could have knowledge that could solve a variety of problems. It may be socially or political problems. And that in communication, we may think that it's all about talking, but the reality is that everything that in the rightful places, it's because it was rooted from a good communication. And that if we could have a substantial communication, we could have a good governance. And when you say governance, this enters politicians who have the intelligence to use their part when it comes to governing people, and that it is connected to our environment, and that our hearts can give radical answers to the problems that's concerning humanity. And that I believe that global warming can be answered through communication. And I believe that the people who are subject mentally are those people who are poor and those who belong to the marginalized sector. And that all we have to give is the love that comes from the politicians so that they could offer humanitarian approaches to the people. It is because our world has so much problems, but let us be reminded that even we argue things intelligently, the things that we all need is the safetyness, the secured life of people. And after all we need is
ND, inilah tanah kelahiran kami. Tempat inilah saksi tumbuh dan kembang kami. Kami hidup di atas angan-angan, berdiri di atas cita-cita, dan bernapaskan semangat setiap harinya. Saya, Arnolda Lepang Makin, saya lahir dan besar di ND. Saya anak ketiga dari ketiga bersaudara. Orang tua saya bekerja sebagai pegawai negeri sipil, dan saya lulusan dari SMAK Syuradikara. Menurut saya, ND itu adalah mahligai, menyatunya gunung, laut, dan pantai. Matahari yang menyinari sepanjang hari, dari ufuk timur hingga ke barat. Senyum ramah dan kekeluargaan warga yang tak akan kulupa. Padang ilalang dan nerumputan seakan memanggilku pulang. Memberiku tekad, tuntaskan kuliahku untuk kembali pulang. Berpuluh-puluh tahun yang lalu, Presiden pertama negeri kita pernah diasingkan di ND, Nusa Tenggara Timur. 4 tahun lamanya beliau diasingkan, beliau justru tidak terpuruk. Justru disinilah titik awal lahirnya dasar negara Republik Indonesia. Semangat Insinyur Soekarno untuk memerdekakan bangsa Indonesia dari penjajah dan menyatukan Indonesia dengan nilai-nilai Pancasila. Sejarah yang tak terlupakan ini memberikan Untar semangat juang untuk membantu memajukan pendidikan di Indonesia dan berperan aktif dalam mewujudkan mimpi setiap anak-anak di Indonesia. Aku yakin hanya melalui pendidikan aku dapat menggapai mimpi, meretas keterbatasan, mengejar ketertinggalan, membanggakan orang tua. Melalui pendidikan, saya juga bisa membangun kampung halaman. Ilmu yang saya dapat adalah bekal untuk berbakti bagi negeri. Terima kasih Untar yang telah memberi kesempatan bagi kami anak-anak pelosok negeri untuk menggapai mimpi. Hari ini, aku tuntaskan tugasku sebagai mahasiswa dan siap jadi sarjana. Akan kubangun tanah kelahiranku. Terima kasih Untar, terima kasih dosen-dosenku.
Dengan pendidikan tinggi yang berkualitas dan berbudaya, yang dikemas dengan membangun nilai-nilai perjuangan bangsa, seperti yang diteladankan oleh Bung Karno, Untar siap menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang berkualitas untuk pembangunan di Indonesia.
Cita-cita saya kelak menjadi perawat. Cita-cita saya menjadi dokter. Cita-cita saya ingin menjadi pengusaha. Cita-cita saya menjadi presiden.
Untar telah 60 tahun mewujudkan mimpi-mimpi orang-orang muda di Indonesia yang merupakan juga mimpi-mimpi para pemimpin bangsa yang telah memerdekakan Indonesia. Sukses untuk kita semua meraih mimpi bersama Untar.
What a beautiful cultural presentation. Thank you, Ontar, Jakarta, Indonesia. We just witnessed how our senior high school students confidently delivered their extempo speeches. And now, let us proceed with the extempo speeches contest among our college students.
We can't wait to hear from our college contestants. We follow the same criteria for judging the extemporaneous speech contest and the same mechanics as well. Each contestant is still given 3 minutes to prepare and another 3 minutes for the presentation.
And in any case that an unforeseen situation arises which may affect the contestant's delivery or presentation, we have a committee assigned to assess the situation.
Thank you, judges, for staying with us. Sir Joel, can we request?
Yes, maybe we can request our IT team to please spotlight our judges.
Yes.
How are our judges holding up?
Judges!
Have you ever stretched and had your blood circulate and so that you can be...
Hi, Ma'am
all right?
Joanna
Thank you,
Grace
Ma'am.
Mantin
Thank you.
Lapore.
There, that's one of our judges. How about the other one? Another judge that we
Yes, we have Sir Frederick Las Marias. Maybe they have something to say. Ma'am Jo, as I refer to her.
Okay, there they are.
Ah, yes.
How is every one of you holding up so far, sir and ma'am?
I think Joanna and I are still trying to tabulate our scores.
Okay. And are we ready for the next bout, which will be featuring our college students?
I would have to say not yet.
Not yet.
I think we need a little more time to tabulate and even review our scores, the scores that we gave. It was a tough round.
It was.
Amazing contestants. They challenged us to listen intently. Imagine non-stop 33 contestants. Amazing.
But we trust you, ma'am, that you are doing your best, sir.
Sir,
yeah. And talking about such deep issues too, no? Like something like ASEAN and all that. I mean, God knows what I would have said about these questions when I was that age.
Yeah, even us were challenged also by the questions. But we noticed that our students are
well prepared.
You know? They are able to deliver their pieces. And that's what we admire our high schools. And we are excited with the college students that they may also deliver equally or maybe even, you know, in a different way to deliver their pieces that they have prepared. All right?
Wow. So, are we ready to proceed? Our IT team is ready. Our participants, I guess they're all ready. We can proceed.
Yes.
Okay.
We can now proceed.
Let the virtual extempo speech contest for college category begin.
Okay na ba? The ASEAN Vision 2020 adopted by the ASEAN leaders on the 30th anniversary of ASEAN agreed on a shared vision of ASEAN as an outward-looking consort of Southeast Asian nations living in peace, stability, and prosperity, bonded together in partnership, in dynamic development, and in a community-caring society. With this, I think the most barrier that hinders gender equality is the portrayal, the ineffective portrayal of culture. Culture reflects a community's or nation's identity. And this is what we, ASEAN nations, need to prosper. with three things. We should learn to communicate, to foster custody, and we should have courage. We should converse, because with conversing, we can lead together to greater trust, but it cannot settle conflict unless it is effectively managed. A conversation between cultures may be most effective in cultural relations, organizations, and have an embedded culture of discussion where they can facilitate fruitful discussion to avoid gender inequality. Subsequently, opening up communication spaces across contentious groups may be good enough accomplishment, especially when dialogue is effectively managed. Building bridges across opposing factions is especially beneficial when goals can be clearly articulated and understood, and this can be met by the establishment of safe spaces between genders. Lastly, we should have the courage. We should aid in dismantling of negative preconceptions about genders. With this, without the biases towards other communities, towards the genders, we can stop the gender inequality. We can stop the hindrance of culture, of ineffective portrayal of culture, that it helps, that it causes to our ASEAN community, and that, my friends, my dear ASEAN folks, is the main barrier towards gender equality. Good afternoon, and thank you.
How heavy do you think this glass of water is? Well, its absolute weight doesn't matter. What matters the most is the longer or the duration that I hold it. A minute doesn't matter, it won't be a problem. 30 minutes will probably give me a dull ache. And most probably, if I hold it for the rest of the day, I'll feel numb, or my arms will feel numb and paralyzed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our current situation during this time of pandemic, that we are not resilient. We are holding on to something for a very long time. And I think it is about time for us to value the essence of communication. Ladies and gentlemen, the essence of communication can be the only way for us to be pandemic resilient in the future. First pour would be the pour of understanding. It is very important for us to understand the situation that we are in. We must understand what is the pandemic all about? How can we resolve it? And what are the ways for us to be safe during the time of pandemic? The second pour would be the pour of compassion. It is the ability to drive relationships. It is all about compassion. It's all about addressing cruelty and other negative issues that is surrounding our community. The third pour would be the pour of love. The pour of love is the very important pour of all. And from there, I think, ladies and gentlemen, we have made both cups half. We have shared from this Southeast Asian nation to this Southeast Asian nation. And that is the most important thing for us to be pandemic resilient in the future. Communication. Because communication will always be the key to resolve something, to be ready for something. Ladies and gentlemen, despite of the circumstances, regardless of the situation, we must be one in the Southeast Asian nation. We should have one vision, and along with having one vision, we will be one in identity, that we are one in Southeast Asian. And last, with having one identity, we can be one in community. And from this last, we can share a toast. Thank you and good afternoon.
Sawaditon Pai Naka. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. My name is Iris Angelica Alves, representing Asia Pacific International University from the Faculty of Arts and Humanities. As an international student, it was my idea to join many different clubs on campus. Why is that? It's because I want to gain experience from the number of people in my campus, coming from different countries, different religions, and different genders. I am part of Youth Alive and Sad Free movement, a movement started by the Adventist University of the Philippines. The purpose or the goal of Youth Alive is to build resilience among youth. I am a leader of a care group, and among my members, there are Muslims, Sikhs, and Hindus, Buddhists, and Christians. But why is that despite our religious differences, we are still able to worship our Christian God? It is because I believe that it is not our differences that divides us. It is not because my friend is Muslim or my friend is Buddhist or my friend is Sikh that we cannot worship our God. I believe that it is our inability to recognize, to respect, and to celebrate our differences as to why we are divided. It is not easy to build a cultural identity despite being a multicultural region, but it is possible, and it starts with you and it starts with me. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our event for today. The question given to me was, how can the ASEAN member countries work together to address the problem of regional or international terrorism? Terrorism is something that we all are afraid of. It is something that we dread to happen in our own countries. We are afraid that it would bring chaos, it would bring discord among not only our fellow countrymen, but also across the whole world. Terrorism affects everyone. And one way to address this, or together as an ASEAN member countries address this, is through the cooperation in developing a more secure or a more developed security system, which will help in assisting other countries in addressing the problem of terrorism. By having a stronger security, the individuals or the members of each countries are made safe, are made comfortable in their own countries, as well as going out to travel. And another way how these things can be handled are through respect. By having respect or awareness of respect for others, for other living beings, for other human beings, terrorism can be countered at a regional level and at an international level. Respect is something very important that we all should instill in our youth, in all the members of the countries participating in the ASEAN community. That is all from me. Thank you.
A delightful afternoon, esteemed judges and exemplary participants. My question runs this way. How and you're going to identify the traits that are common in race and culture among Southeast Asia? What are common and how are they beneficial to ASEAN integration? The Southeast Asian nations is composed of governments composed of the Southeast Asian countries. The purpose of the ASEAN is to escalate economic growth, social progress, cultural development, and to promote peace and security in Southeast Asia. Certain traits that are common among Southeast Asian countries are language, ethnicity. As we see, Southeast Asian people have similarities with how they look. Skin color may vary, but they're not far apart. And how can this be integral in having the ASEAN? Now, the ASEAN is targeted to unite all countries, the 10 states that is included in it. And doing this is integrating the race and the culture similarities that each and every country has. Each and every country has varied languages, varied forms of dress, varied food delicacies, and everything else. Likewise, the ASEAN Summit and the ASEAN Charter are one of the things that unify these differences and similarities among ASEAN nations. And so, I can say that these common traits are beneficial as they create diversity among the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. And so, right now, I know you are different from me. There are people from different places all around the world in this platform. But I am now extending my hand to you because your difference and mine can be put into one. Our similarities can be a source of unity. So will you take my hand?
Today is a day that will be full of knowledge, not just from our participants, especially to our judges and hosts of this majestic ASEAN event. A beautiful day to us all. How can ASEAN protect the members' countries' territorial sovereignty? ASEAN, as we all have known, have protected and brought us different security that protects our countries, especially as a citizen of the Philippines. ASEAN have carried out cooperation activities in preventing combat corruption, and based on the ASEAN organization, the ASEAN protected our territorial sovereignty through working with other countries, especially China. They work through China as part of the ASEAN, and through that, we are able to protect our members or our country's territorial sovereignty and external threat. And to think of it, it goes without saying that the ASEAN have helped our countries through different things, especially economically and globally, and not just from protecting our territorial sovereignty. And through this, we are able to boost the national security and safeguard our national security because of ASEAN. And that is one of the most beautiful things that ASEAN have brought and boosted us. I am a future nurse, an SPCN from the San Pablo Colleges. Janica Luis Brul, thank you and padayon.
Culture does not change because we desire to change it. Culture changes when the organization is transformed. The culture reflects the realities of people working together every day, by Francis Hazelbean. From the tuna capital city of the Philippines, General Santa City, and from the Manila Adventist College, I, Journal Belhira de la Non, warmly greeting you a pleasant afternoon. Today, I am going to answer the question that I have given. Goes, do you think we have to promote cultural change and development to catch up with the pace of globalization? And why? Culture globalization promotes the interchange of cultural values across different countries, especially here at the ASEAN. Cultural globalization is defined by the convergence of corporate and consumer cultures throughout the globe, as well as the expansion of international communication. As the culture defines as how we regard one another, what is normal, what is acceptable, and there are moments when we need to adjust that. And when we do, we may create homes, families, communities, and organizations in which dignity, equality, and justice, because I believe these are the essential ideas of a human rights that each of us must have to convey. And to conclude, I would like to promote the cultural change and development to each country here, especially in the ASEAN, so that we may be able to catch up the pace of the globalization. Good afternoon.
Here in Southeast Asia, we have different problems that we are currently facing right now. And one of them is terrorism related to religious extremism. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Val Patrick P. De La Rea from Cavite State University, hailing from the Philippines. According to an article created by Mr. Modesar, ICS Yusof Ishak Institute Fellow, and also a co-coordinator in Myanmar Studies Program, there have been a lot of problems that we are currently facing right now. Considering that we are in the pandemic, the problem has risen more than just the health crisis that we are facing. And one of them is one of the aforementioned topics that other speakers in this competition already talked about. Terrorism. A lot of the people in this region have beliefs that this terrorism, that this problem, dispute, and misunderstanding have rooted to the idea that we are different from our religious beliefs. Considering the fact that this is happening right now, we must accept that we have never denied the idea that other religious people have started and initiated this kind of act, terrorism. But as Association of Southeast Asian Nations have been living up to as of this moment, we can come up with different ways on how we can battle this prejudice of relating religious ideologies and extremism to terrorism. I believe that our works and actions should start with our inclusivity and acceptance of the people, not just in our country, not just from the regions that we are in, but of course, in the region here in Southeast Asia that we are celebrating. We came from different cultures. We have different customs, and we have no right to judge anyone of anything that they have never been admitted to. We have to stand for the people who have been outspoken or who cannot speak for themselves. We have to highlight that the idea of inclusivity and acceptance lies within the fact that we celebrate and do not protest the idea of our differences. Whether you are from the Islam community, I myself as a student and a wholehearted Christian, or from any different religious group, we have to come up together as youth. As the next generation, we have to break the ceiling, the barriers, and the cycle of putting judgment to different countries, to different beliefs, and of course, to different religions. And I think in order for us to come up with that is to start now. We have to begin linking our minds, our hearts, and of course, our actions to the mission of ASEAN, which is to create a unified community with one vision, one identity. Thank you.
A pleasant afternoon, dear honorable judges, teachers, and fellow ASEAN friends. It is such an honor and privilege to be standing here on this very stage. Such a very challenging yet exciting experience for me. I'm Serena Emerald from Universitas Tarumanagara, Indonesia, and I will be answering to the question I was given. Globalization is said to diminish local cultures, such as traditional values in Southeast Asia. How can cultural development through globalization be implemented more effectively? I think the answer to the question, first, we have to think globally and act locally. Have your local values in your roots. That way, even if you are get by any global cultures, you still have your culture root, your local root. And then second, young generation, we are so digital savvy. We're very open to digital since we are very little. So, dear young generations, rise up with technology, not to mention Asian countries. We can even reach the whole world. In a statement, the whole world is at the tip of our finger. So share it. Share your local culture. Don't let globalization diminish your local culture. Instead, spread it to the whole world by technology. As what the founding father of Indonesia, Soekarno, once said, "Give me 1,000 parents, and I will pull out the mountains of Semeru out of its roots. But if you give me 10 young people, we can shake the whole world." So once again, rise up, young generation. Terima kasih. Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Good afternoon to all. According to Jose Rizal, the national hero of the Philippines, to live is to be among men, and to be among men is to struggle. A struggle not only with them, but with ourselves. Not only with their passions, but also with one's own. Good afternoon, everyone. How can the environment be protected amid this rapid economic development? Recently, Southeast Asia has been considered as a region on the rise. But how can the environment be protected amid this rapid economic development? The theme under Brunei Darussalam's ASEAN chairmanship is "We care, we prepare, we prosper." Now note that the first priority of our theme is "We care." How do we show care for the environment? And how does our care for the environment affect our preparation and pave the way for prosperity? When we take care of the environment, we prepare ourselves for prosperity. But how can we take care of the environment? I would like to cite 3. First, we have to control the production and the use of any product involving environmental resources, and as much as possible learn to do these 3 basic acts: reduce, reuse, recycle. Second, we must learn to care for our environment. Caring for our environment is a very important thing. And lastly, we must learn to care for our fellow man. Caring for the environment and caring for our fellow man almost always come together. Therefore, when we show our appreciation for the hard work of our fellow men, who without them there will be no rapid economic development, at the same time we must also respect nature from which we take our resources, from which we take our sustenance, and from which we take our source and our propeller for development, for success. And I hope that from this day forward and unto eternity, we will always take care of our environment just as much as we want to prosper.
Ladies and gentlemen, naimbag na aldaw, magandang araw, good day. The question given me is, do I agree with the homogeneity of culture in Asia? I disagree. Homogeneity means oneness. And what will happen if we, as individuals, are all Filipinos, if we are all Thais, if we are all Vietnamese? What will happen to the world? There is no diversity. And I strongly believe, I ardently support to the belief that there will be unity and in diversity, and there is always beauty in differences. According to ResearchGate, homogeneity of culture means that all individuals will both share the same racial ethnicity, same language, and a series of beliefs. It is a society where its members share culture, customs, and a way of thinking. Yes, of course, it is good if we have one language, we could understand one another. It is easier for us. But where are the differences? Where is our uniqueness? Where is our identity? But I believe also in the homogeneity of these three cultures that I would like to mention. The culture of preparedness, where we are resilient to all natural disasters, where we build center of influences whereby we will be prepared and ready if any climate change or any calamities will come. Secondly, we have to have culture of awareness wherewith we provide and promote our own culture, the uniqueness of our culture to other people, the beauty of our culture through the social media accounts that we have, and also to digital media. We have TV, we have Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and such, because we know that if we embrace our very own identity and not homogeneity, if we have this variety, we will like be a pinakbet delicacy in Ilocano, where there is a ladyfinger and an eggplant and such, and you mix it all together with just fish sauce, and that makes it savory. And we should have the culture of prevention, which have conventions to prevent and to have a beautiful culture. According to Enrique Manalo says, together we should aim to emerge from this crisis stronger, more resilient, and with a greater sense of purpose for our shared humanity, even with the variety and differences in our culture. That's my answer. Thank you.
One of the global issues that affected many countries, including the ASEAN communities, is global change. And this has been addressed to all nations. Recently, the G20 just talked about it. And a prime minister from Barbados called for a change to all leaders. Now, specifically in ASEAN, what can we do about this? I'm going to elaborate this further. Good afternoon, all respected judges and all participants. My name is David Hong, and I am representing the Kingdom of Cambodia. Climate change has been affecting many lives. Ice were melting. Temperature is getting hotter. You know, there is a funny quote in Thailand. In Thailand, there are only three weathers: hot, hotter, hottest. Each and every year, the temperature is rising. And each and every year, many lives were gone. How can we as young leaders counter this issue? How can we as young leaders make changes for the world? We are responsible for the next generation following our time. And we are there and will be there to help the next generation to go through. ASEAN youth, global issues like climate change affect tremendously. And one of the issues that causes this is trees, as simple as that. The problem of logging, the problem of cutting down trees illegally. This problem continues to arise in every nation within ASEAN. All nations who have expensive trees are being illegally cutted and exported. So I challenge you, ASEAN youth. Are you up for the challenge to make a world a better place? Are you up for the challenge to bring peace to the world, to bring peace to the next generation through climate change? ASEAN youth, My last word for you today is to be united and go impact the world. There is one quote that I really love, and it was said by the 4th and 7th Prime Minister of Malaysia. We always want to move forward, and to move forward, we need to develop new knowledge. Thank you.
So, good day, everyone. In one of the greatest literature of all time, the Harry Potter showed the three differences in kinds of wizards: the half-blood, the full-blood wizard, and the Muggle-born wizard. Now, this kind of classification of wizard is actually happening also in the world, where countries are being classified as first world, second world, and third world. So the first world are the countries that are prosperous, like US, China, and many more. The second world are more on lying on the side of Europe, like France and all of the European countries. And lastly, the third world are the countries that are in the state of developing. So my question is, comment on this. Third world countries, like most of Southeast Asia, will never become first world countries. So as an ASEAN, as a Filipino, and as an SPCN, I believe that Southeast Asian countries will become the first world countries. How? Because of ASEAN. The ASEAN has its mission of integrating the Southeast Asian nation to create a brotherhood-like connection. And it can be seen right now through the pandemic that they still gave through the brotherhood connection that they have, they still gave COVID-19 funds to mitigate the negative effects of the COVID-19. Now, the motto of the ASEAN is really helping the community, the ASEAN community, to make all the ASEAN members a first world kind of country. How? Because of ASEAN, this first world country are allowing to each country to coexist with a very light culture. Now as an SPCN, as a Filipino, and as an ASEAN youth, I see and Bilis would leave this message to you that we should live in the motto of one vision, one community, and one identity to create a one heart, one goal, and unstoppable. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Xin chào from Vietnam. My name is Thanh Tú, one of the representatives from Vietnam National University, VNU, Vietnam, and I have received the question. How do you think how Southeast Asian people can practice the profession in any countries in Southeast Asia? And my answer is yes. And I want to highlight two main points to support my idea. First of all, you know that education is the key to the success. And since we are Asian, we are in one community. And according to the Asian Declaration, you know that we the aims and the purposes are to accelerate the economic growth, social progress, cultural development, and the peace and stability, and also education is also one of the top priorities. And since education is the key message, it will connect us together. And I think that it is not hindrance for any people to travel and to work there in different places in Southeast Asia. And moreover, as many contestants today they mentioned about the similarities of the Southeast Asian countries, since we have the similarities and we are this we have the unity in the diversity, and I think that I do believe that it can minimize the cultural differences, is the miscommunication between the employer and employee in this country. So it's kind of easier for us to work and to be perfect in the workplace. And I think that since Southeast Asia is also a place that's very open to others, and we can easily gain the opportunity to study and maybe have higher education, and the study options here are variety. So I believe that when the varieties of study are there, we can have the variety of professions, and there are many jobs that seem have the similar among these countries. So I do believe that it is not hard to pursue the careers in different places in Southeast Asia. And so that's all for my ideas.
Mabuhay ASEAN community. We all know that pandemic has brought a lot of horror in all of our countries, all the nations, not only ASEAN. But I believe that this pandemic has brought us unity, even stronger unity. Because in unity is strength. And when there is teamwork and collaboration, greater things can be achieved. Ladies and gentlemen, I was given the question has even united us. And how are we united? Just like in this competition, we all know that pandemic hinders us to meet personally, to have interactions, but it does not stop ASEAN. We have conducted this event because we believe that any pandemic or any calamities or any crisis cannot stop ASEAN in uniting. And I believe that I believe that this pandemic gives us unity through sharing resources and helping each other, extending help, just like sharing information, sharing protocols, and that protocols that other nations are implementing, we can share it to other nations to help other nations to follow the protocols also. And I believe that when we work together, we can beat this pandemic. And through sharing information, through the news that we spread on how to develop and how to beat this pandemic, we can make it. Because together we will, and together we can. And we must learn that this pandemic does not hinder us, but it strengthens our preparedness for the future epidemic outbreaks. Again, together we will rebuild.
As Mikhail Gorbachev, a Russian politician and a 1990 Nobel Prize winner, once said, Peace is not unity in similarity, but peace is unity in diversity. It is the comparison and the conciliation of differences. It is difficult to comprehend that we live in a multi-diverse society and we wouldn't be able to appreciate it. Thus, it is important that we reflect on the question, how can the cultural interconnectedness of ASEAN countries be further promoted? The answer lies on our two key areas of analysis. First, we promote interconnectedness of ASEAN countries by developing understanding and acceptance. And second, we develop interconnectedness when we nurture trust and tolerance. With my first point, it is through developing understanding and acceptance. We do this by engaging and interacting with the communities that surround us. It is the social integration and interaction that we get to understand different personalities, their cultural traits, and we get to be educated about them. An article in The Star, which is published on November 26, it is unfamiliarity that causes people to develop stereotypes. And when we engage, we become understanding and accepting. Second point, it is important that we nurture tolerance and trust. And this is done when we create an environment and an atmosphere that has confidence within each other. As Herbert Hoover once said, the best way or the best element to promote economic recovery is the restoration of trust. Especially that we are facing this global health crisis, it is important that we develop nurture and tolerance. In conclusion, ASEAN is a canvas of people coming from different backgrounds and cultures. Today, I'm encouraging ASEAN nations that we develop understanding and acceptance, that we nurture tolerance and trust, because together, an ASEAN nation that is progressive is possible.
In a world heavily influenced by social media. But how can we associate technology with the urge to drive culture forward in terms of culture interconnectedness? This is what we can do. So obviously, we are from ASEAN countries and we represent ASEAN proudly in the sense that we all share Asian roots and Asian culture. But when it comes to sharing Asian culture, only one thing comes to mind. How can we make sure that every single person, or at least the majority of the people in the ASEAN hemisphere, get to know each other better in terms of each and every one of our countries have different culture, different races, different religions, and we certainly have different customs. So how are we going to do that? First things first, the only point for today is technology can be utilized in terms of sharing knowledge. Knowledge can be branched into so many things. How are we going to share knowledge in terms of technology? Of course, we have social media, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, you name it, we have it. We have all the tools to share knowledge in terms of cultural interconnectivity. But all we have to do is take a step forward. How? We can't do it alone. That's why we have viral culture. We viral everything we can find in terms of news, celebrity news, hot topics, gossips. Why not culture? Culture is something that has been brought forward by our ancestors way before our time. Culture is the one identity of the human race that must be protected at all costs, and technology will help in sustaining it in the long term, because we want the next generations to understand their heavy impact on culture on the human race, developing forward as a united nation, a united race. With that being said, I would like to refer to a quote by J.K. Rowling. We are only as strong as we are united, as weak as we are divided. Only humility brings unity, and unity leads to peace. If we want unity, if we want peace, the one way forward in this question is to use technology, to use social media to reach out as much people as possible in terms of parties, in terms of groups, organizations, non-profit organizations, you name it. We already have the tools. Like I said, all we have to do is reach out, use technology to its fullest extent, and make sure cultural interconnectedness is achieved as good as possible. Thank you very much for having me. Take care.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone, hello Board of Judges, and hello our fellow contestant. My name is Lan, and I am posed to the question that the growth of population in Southeast Asia is still a threat amid fast economic development. So, according to the populations of, according to the World Population data on by United Nations Population Division, the population of Asia will increase with a rate of 0.85% per annum. So this is not a huge threat to the economic, but still it's not a huge threat, but it still poses some problem. For example, like the environmental problems, especially in young growing countries like Vietnam or Malaysia. Next, so let's talk about the positive part of this. Well, when you have a stable growth, population growth, you can have a large number of labor force, such as to facilitate the country to grow, and you do not have to seek for foreign countries, foreign populace to come to their countries and to participate it. This would be very beneficial in terms of culture, because they do not have to learn the cultures, culture again. They would don't need to overcome the differences in populations. So that's all of my answer, which is the growth of population in Southeast Asia. It's not a huge threat, but it still poses some problems to the economies.
The warmest greetings from Vietnam to you all in this blissful afternoon. I'm Nguyễn Minh Thành from the University of Language and International Studies in VNU, Vietnam. Here I'm posed to the questions that can ASEAN develop to what the European Union has achieved socially, economically, and politically? Well, historically speaking, the EU have a very long history of development. ASEAN in country still have a lot to catch up with the development of the EU or the rest of the world. However, I believe with the potential of our region, it's possible that we can even go further and achieve more than what the EU have achieved in the last decades. Socially, we are very similar in culture and in traditions. That's helped tremendously in cultural communication, as we can avoid misinterpretation, miscommunication between countries, and more specifically among individuals. Economically, we have a strong connection and a strong cooperation between different enterprises and companies within the region. I believe this is a great force to drive our economy forward. With the help and with innovation within the region, I believe in the future with more modern technology, with better digital platforms, we are going to create an internet. We are going to promote interconnectedness within our region, economically or culturally. Regarding politically, I believe politics is not something that politics is currently a very sensitive issue. However, it's not a taboo, as in politics, all we want is to drive our people to unity, to happiness. And I believe we are going to figure out a way to find a better or the good political system to guide us through. That is all from me. Thank you very much for listening.
Good day, everyone. The question that was provided to me is, what 3 best practices can you offer to promote interconnectedness in Southeast Asia? First of all, this principle of promoting vital interests, common goals, ideals, and aspirations is legally based on the ASEAN Charter, by which the very identity of our event and our program is based on. And from paragraph 6 of its preamble, it already aims, when it was founded, to promote interconnectedness. I have 3 suggestions on how to promote such. First is to look back at our roots, our pre-colonial commonalities. Well, back before colonial powers were here, people of the Southeast Asian area traded together, in which even suggestions and proof show that we had one common language, which is called Pasar Malaya, which means the market trading language. And number 2, in relation to that is trading. We can trade together to promote interconnectedness, such that we are also interdependent on each other. And number 3 is also to promote cultural commonality and student exchange programs, so as to provide a sense of a window to our young people and to the citizenry of all Southeast Asian nations. So in line with this, those 3 best practices can only be given and provided such that if our government, provided by our intergovernmental organizations, would cooperate together. So to reiterate, my 3 points is to look back at our roots. Number 2 is to trade interdependently. And number 3 is to have intergovernmental cooperation for student exchange and cultural exposure. That ends my answer.
The main purpose of ASEAN is to promote economic and to
exchange cultures among its members countries. Besides, as a part of ASEAN, we should maintain peace and stability in Southeast Asia. Good afternoon to all the judges, to my fellow contestants, and to the faculty members that are coming. My name is Grace Intan Olivia from Universitas Tarumanagara, Jakarta, Indonesia. I will answer the question that I have given. It is about the belief that one's culture is better than others' barriers to unity in Southeast Asia. And to face this kind of issues, I think we should stand together and to respect around each other. As a young generation, we call ourselves as an agent of change. We should open our mindset even more to give other perspectives of others' countries and other cultures, and so that we have perspective and understanding that we have our each uniqueness in our cultures, and to deal with this kind of issues, we also have to use our strength that through the technologies that as a young generation, we should build some community that we could share about our feelings and our thoughts to each other, so that we understand around each other and could bring the respects around each other too. And to conclude my statement, I want to say that respect would lead us to the connectedness, which would lead our next generation to have a better future. And from that perspective, we could reach what Indonesia says as Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, or unity in diversity. Unity in diversity will also be our strength, and so that we could reach our motto is to be one vision, one identity, and one community in ASEAN. Have a pleasant afternoon for each one of us. Thank you.
Okay. Hello everyone, and Sawasdee from everyone in Thailand. I'm Dollar from Thailand, from KMUTT. Have you ever had the ASEAN friends? And where are they from? And if they have some friends who are from the ASEAN countries, have you ever had a language barrier? How do you overcome it? So today I'm going to talk about its language, a barrier to regional cooperations and unity, and how can this be practically addressed? And there are 10 countries in ASEAN, such as Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. Each country has their own language, their own culture, their own livelihoods, their own lifestyles. Every country in ASEAN has their own languages, and some countries didn't have English as their national language. I would like to give you guys the examples from my own experience. I have a Filipino-based friend. She's studying at the same college as me. When I was a first-year student, I had so hard time to communicate with her because I didn't be able to speak English that well enough, and I overcame it by trying to open-minded and study English harder to be able to make friends with her. And I realized that the friendship is the most important. It is more important than thinking about I have to study harder in order to be able to speak English. And I also had a Malaysian friends, and I actually spoke the different languages as them, but they were so friendly to me, even though we have never seen each other personally, but they're so kind to me. And for me, how to make this be practically addressed is we can try to make
everyone in our ASEAN realize about how important English is so we can communicate with each other and make friends with each other. And even though we have different culture, language, lifestyle, food, and we are all these countries in the Southeast Asia, and those following components are not that important in order to make friends with others and having a good relationship to the others. ASEAN friends, and that's a slogan of our ASEAN, that is one racial, one identity, and one communication. Thanks for listening my speech.
A
A
pleasant
pleasant
afternoon,
afternoon, everyone,
to the judges
and to my
fellow
participants.
By
By
definition,
definition,
values
values means importance, worth, or something which is useful. One man said that open your arms to change, but don't let go of your values. My question today is, what values must an ideal ASEAN citizen possess? Explain.
So
So as an ASEAN citizen, I have observed three values from us, which is first, resiliency, second, respect, and last, we are family oriented. Here in the Philippines, it is important to portray
po
and opo
when
when conversing
with
with other people because it portrays that we are respectful towards our elders. Second, we are resilient as a nation. The Philippines is an archipelago which is, or rather, it has surpassed many problems in regards to nature, like storms and the likes. But after these years, and after countless storms which has passed, we have learned to be resilient, to stand within our feet, to ask for unity within our nation. And this value is important within the ASEAN citizen. Last but not the least is the value which is important or ideal to an ASEAN citizen is being family oriented. As a Filipino, nothing comes first but our families. We study, we do our best in work or in study for the future, not only of me as an individual, of us as a citizen, but of it is for our families. So these values represent an ideal ASEAN citizen. We respect people around us. It starts within us. Then, if we go to other countries outside of the ASEAN community, we can be respectful. We can show how to be resilient. And we can portray our culture here in the Philippines, which is being family oriented. I believe that values are like lighthouses. They are signals giving us direction, meaning, and purpose. That is all. Thank you.
An audience wherever you are. Let me introduce myself. I'm Laila from Universitas Tarumanagara, Jakarta, Indonesia. So today I will answering the given questions. Do you agree that Southeast Asia will become borderless economically and politically like the European Union? For me, in my opinion, I think we cannot do that because if we try to make that, it will take a long time. And if we take a long time to do that, it would be a little bit waste of a resource. There's a lot of resource in every Asian. And like in Indonesia, there are a lot of forests or maybe lots of goods that we can use. But if we want to try to using that, I mean, it would be a lot of waste. And we're in the middle of a pandemic. Well, we can help each other with our resource, but we just want to think that oh, maybe we can use it as like the European Union. It will be a waste of time. And then we can use the resource to team up with each other, not like the European Union. So what I'm trying to say is, if we can help each other to connect, not with joining them all together, then why we should take the risk? I mean, back again, like what I said, we're in the middle of a pandemic. Well, we can try to help another country. Then why we should waste another time and another energy to do something new, to do something we don't know what the result is. I mean, it's not wrong to take a risk, a big risk, but what I'm saying is, I think we better help the people before we think about the politically or economically, because when we try to help our people, we try to help the other country that need it. So I think it's the best for us to think about our people first, to think about our society first, to help the other country from the other Asian country, than to think about the politically or economically. Okay, that's it from me. Thank you for listening.
Maayong adlaw, magandang araw, a pleasant day to our board of judges, to my fellow ASEAN contestants, to ASEAN community, and to everyone who are joining with us this day. I am privileged to answer the question that was given to me, and it goes this way. Do you think the COVID-19 pandemic has contributed to the awareness of regional and even global cooperation? As the year 2019 and 2020 approached, we have experienced a vast change in our community, where it has brought us to see a diverse situation, where it has brought us to the so-called new normal. And I think this COVID-19 pandemic has contributed to the awareness of regional and even global cooperation. How does it contributed to awareness of regional and even global cooperation? For the past few years, we can see that many of the countries have acted alone, but as this pandemic has took place, has transpired, we can see that many countries have come together to cooperate and to come together and to fix the crisis that has arisen. Particularly, they come together to combat the virus that is spreading all throughout the world. And this COVID-19 has contributed to global cooperation as organizations all throughout the world and even in ASEAN are organized in order to recover from the crisis. And this includes working across the borders to share the best practices for mitigating the spread and to cooperate and to coordinate the fiscal measures and boost trade. Global awareness of regional and even global cooperation have took place because we stand as a nation, we stand as countries together to have one vision as one community, and together we strive to heal as one.
Greetings. I am Seed Pauline Virasal, Mountain View College. Good afternoon, judges, as well as to my fellow competitors. My question is, should ASEAN citizens catch up with the trends in the Western countries? Why or why not? To those of you who are viewing behind the screen, I may look invisible, but I am not. I simply am wearing my national costume, which is Filipiniana. But anyway, back to the question. Should we catch up with the trend? Yes, influences are everywhere. From the Western, we're easily influenced through social media. We take a look at it and we see people wearing this. Oh, it looks good. Then maybe I should wear the same. But my answer, and as well should be yours, is that no. As ASEAN citizens, we can catch up, but not really catch up to the point that we forget who we really are and that we forget our culture. This is the thing. We are our own. I am a Filipino, born in the Philippines, and in my blood runs the blood of my heroes. And so you are. You may be a Lao, a Thai, a Malay, a Cambodian. And you are you. We have our own trends. We have our own belief, our own culture, and our own cultural identity. Thus, I believe that we should not catch up with these trends, only if it is for our betterment. And so I say that no, we should not catch up with these trends, because we are who we are, and we should be proud of who we are. I am a Filipino, and you are your own nationality. And in our blood, let that pride run that we are our own. So before I sit down, hear me. Individually, let us take our part for the betterment of our country. But together, let us represent and stand as a part of the Association of the Southeast Asian Nations. Thank you.
Rashni and Apurva Soumya from University Malaysia Perlis. So today I was asked this question: how the South Asians would contribute to the world? Thinking about that, I think we South Asian definitely symbolizes unity. We held over each other and help each other to build a better nation. For example, Malaysia was in this crisis of the missing airplane MH370. In that crisis, all the Asian countries really supported Malaysian from many aspects, through money, mental support, and also they do even send some sources to find a plane. Besides that, the Kalimantan forest that was burning down a few years back, we, all the Asian countries, held our hand together and did all the best we can to support them. So that we can show to the entire world that with unity, anything is possible. Next, culture. We Asian countries hold the best culture. We are way too colorful in this world. So when people look at us, definitely they will be attracted to our colors and our culture. We have different kind of language, we have different costumes. For instance, we can see in this virtual extemporaneous speech, we saw there's many kind of people with different attires. It was so unique, and it was really happy for me to see them dressing such. So when the entire world look at these cultures, it will be really attracting for people to share their cultures and language. As an Indian in Malaysian, I've never felt bad for not learning other people's language. I personally talk to them, I get to know about their language, and I speak. Besides that, most importantly, all the countries' defense mechanism has to be really strong. Without a proper neighborhood, or without a neighborhood without any closeness together, we can't achieve a proper defense mechanism. For your country to be safe, we need 100% support from our neighborhood countries. And that's what we receive from our dear Asians. So all the world could see all this and take this as an example to their country and implement this in their country. So the entire world can live based on this cultural and all these strategies that has been hanging over in our Asian association for years. So there's a proverb in Philippines, ang lakas ay dahil ngan paraan. It means strength is nothing, but strategy is everything. Thank you.
A pleasant day to everybody present. I am Angela Sumagsad from the Salipa, Philippines. I was asked if urbanization hold on a second. I was asked if I believe that urbanization is beneficial to Southeast Asia's agricultural countries. Personally, I believe that urbanization goes hand in hand with agriculture because with urbanization comes technology. And technology has always been something that could aid us in making something better, making something easier. With technology, there came the rise of biological engineering that has helped us to achieve better crops, better results in our farming ventures. And with this, I think that if we try to regulate the rate that urbanization is going, then we can balance between a city that is both green and modern. That is all. Thank you very much. But unmute.
Hello everyone. I hope you can see me perfectly because for me, I can directly, perfectly see you all. Oh, I think it's because of these glasses. Well, prestigious guests, honorable judges, viewers, to all of you who is part of the ASEAN community, good day. I am Aldrin Tagayon, a speaker in front of you who will talk about that one cultural value of the Southeast Asians, which is an advantage in this age of globalization. For me, personally, I can say that the value, the cultural value that we all Asians have is being optimistic. We never settle for less. We never settle for little. We never settle for something that is not enough for all of us. We struggle. We came on these ideas that never limit ourselves, never put ourselves inside a box that we cannot get out of. And that is already an advantage. Being optimistic is not about being idealist. It's not exactly about being positive, even if it's not appropriate to be positive, but it lets you to have a kind of inspiration, a kind of self-reliance, a self-path, a self that will direct you to the great path. It points us in the right directions. This optimism of us Asians, all of us benefits from it. And now, let us go back to these glasses. Why did I start this speech wearing these glasses? Being optimist is not neglecting the negativities around us. No, it's not. It's about accepting them. It's about embracing them so that we have an answer, so that we have a bullet that we can use in changing the world. Because that is all of our goal, isn't it? To change the world. And that concludes my speech. Thank you.
Maayong hapon sa tanan. Good afternoon, everyone. ASEAN has long been committed to creating a common ASEAN identity through our dialogues, social and cultural exchanges based on interreligious and intercultural respect. But over the years, it has always lacked a concrete and implementable action plan to make it happen. But that changed in 2017 with the ASEAN Declaration on a culture of prevention for a peaceful, inclusive, resilient, healthy, and harmonious society. ASEAN encourages a change of mindset from reactive to proactive approaches, promote shared values such as peace, harmony, intercultural understanding, rules of law, and good governance, and to promote socio-cultural or cultural upliftment. We need a coordinated approach among the ASEAN political security community, the ASEAN economic community, and the ASEAN social-cultural community. The rich cultural and social-cultural diversity of the ASEAN community is not a hindrance, but a strength. We prove that regionalism, developed at our own pace and under our own term and our values, can work. We are strong, vibrant as an ASEAN community, and we are firmly convinced that we will prevail against the problems of our social, cultural, and economic changes because we face it as ASEAN community. Thank you very much. Daghang salamat.
Please come on. Come on. Oh, back.
hello. Hello to everyone. Hello judges, my friends, and people at YouTube. And apa khabar semua? My name is Jordan, and I'm from Malaysian University, UNIMAP. And my question here is, how can ASEAN promote appreciation of a shared culture, heritage, and history among Southeast Asian people? Well, this is a tough question. Well, think of it, we're doing it right now. Now we are sharing our thoughts, our ideas, and what we think, and our opinions on this shared conference. Well, this is a good place to start, right? Then move on with other kind of social facts, such as, like, let's go with social media. Let's start on with social media. Like, we can share the beautiful cultures of ASEAN, Southeast Asian countries. For example, I'm very proud to be Malaysian, but even more ASEAN. Look at all colorful cultures, just like my teammate has said earlier. We live in a wonderful, wonderful place. And now it's even better to live it because it's more easier to connect with everyone more than before with the power of social media. Whoa, sounds like superpower, isn't it? Well, technically it is. Last time to communicate with someone, we have to travel through the South China Seas on our kongs and jongs and boats. But now, through this webcam, me and you can connect. I can tell you my most favorite food in Malaysia is nasi lemak. Oh, the sambal. But it's unique, right? Isn't it? Well, yeah, it is. However, Indonesia has its own version of it. You know, we can say that Philippines have its own. Well, even Thailand has its own kind of cooking. Well, you could say, like, in Malaysia, we have one of Chinese cuisine called as youtiao. Well, it's basically breaded biscuits, deep fried in oil. Well, it is famous in Thailand also. They dip it in kaya sauce, which is a type of santan with pandan leaves together. And it's like this kind of wonderful texture. Well, too bad we can't show it on here on this platform. But we can through the power of social media, through YouTube. And ASEAN could be the one taking the first steps. Well, as you could see, most of us feel like promoting appreciation of cultural heritage and history of South Asian people is a challenge. However, just as the wise Indonesian Prime Minister Joko Widodo said, where we see a challenge, we see an opportunity. And this is where we take it and we shine. Share the glory of Southeast Asia to the world. Let us know how unique and colorful our cultures are. And we can have exchange. And further, we show off to the world how beautiful, how peaceful, how unique Southeast Asians are. My name is Jordan Young. Thank you all very much.
Hi, Assalamualaikum. My name is Nur Izzah binti Mansur. I'm from University Malaysia Perlis, UNIMAP. Today I would like to introduce you Alu Bunyi. Alu Bunyi is the music of the sound of pestle, and this is from the paddy pestles. It is the second oldest art performance in Perlis. It is originated from Indo-Chinese travelers. In order to reach Malay Peninsula, they use boats that sail near the beaches, and then they live in the village. They planted paddy, and then they played the paddy pestles as entertainment during free time. This attracted the interest of the Malay paddy planters to learn it. This art is very popular, and it is originated from among the paddy planters. They use agricultural equipment to produce unique entertaining sounds. The agricultural equipment that I mentioned is alu bunyi. Alu bunyi is the sound of pestle. And I'm going to show you the alu bunyi. This is the alu bunyi. This is the mota, or we call this lesung. It is made from kayu temak. And this is the alu, or we call this pestle. This is made from kayu tui. And every pestle has different size, which produce different sounds. We can try the smaller one. Alright, this is the sound from the smaller alu. And maybe you can hear from this one. As you can notice, the sound just like the sound of gong. And actually this is the gong. And for the last one, this. Alright, this is called the Ibu, and the sound is quite louder than this one. Alright, so as you can see, they beat the mota on the sides, but we have the center part. Sometimes they also beat the center parts. As you can hear, the beats of the song almost seems just like the gamelan musical instrument. Alu Bunyi has maximum of 12 Alu members, but today we're only using 3 Alu Bunyi members. Alright, so as you can see, the beat of the sound just like the sound of gamelan musical instrument. And also they beat the center part and also the side parts to produce different sounds. Alright, so actually we have other equipments to accompany the sounds of Alu Bunyi, which is either serunai, violin, or accordion. And this harmonic rhythm called celang. According to some people's belief, apart from being as entertainment, this festival is also a form of appeasing semangat padi, or the spirit of the paddy, to go to the farmer's village and stay in the paddy fields. It is also believed that the paddy spirit will obstruct the paddy pests such as rats and birds from destroying the farmer's crop. That's all about the Alu Bunyi. Let's enjoy the performance.
to our high school students and college students for your wonderful extemporaneous speeches. And now, we are about to begin the final round of the traditional modified poster making contest.
Yes, there are 10 finalists for the traditional modified poster making contest who are going to present their artworks for 2 minutes. Then we will have a Q&A. Our panel of judges will be given the chance to ask our finalists some questions which are about arts and how it relates to our event's theme, which is one vision, one identity, one community, understanding cultures and promoting interconnectedness across Southeast Asia amid the pandemic.
The engagement of your school, communities, friends, and relatives by sharing the official post of the 10 finalists and asking them to react with a heart or a like on their favorite entry were counted as part of the criteria. This was officially closed last November 18 at 12 noon Pacific Standard Time. And to read for us the criteria for judging for both categories, the traditional and digital modified poster making contest, let us have Ms. Kathleen B. Flores, a faculty member of the Languages Department of the Adventist University of the Philippines.
Good evening. Good evening. My for judging the top 10 finalist posters and presentation for both the traditional and digital categories. Poster, 45%. It includes relevance to the theme, 15%, artistic composition, 10%, creativity, 10%, originality and X factor, 10%. Next, presentation, 40%, which includes delivery, organization, emphasis, and voice projection, 15%. Ability to answer, logical reasoning and analysis, 15%. Mastery of the English language, 10%. Finally, we have online audience impact and engagement, which is 15%. Number of hearts, 5%. Number of likes, 3%. Number of shares, 7%, which totals to 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kathleen Flores, for reading the criteria for judging the modified poster making contest. Dr. Michael Naidas, the chair of the Languages Department of the Adventist University of the Philippines, will now introduce to us the members of the Board of Judges.
To our esteemed judges for the modified poster making contest. Our first judge is a professional artist, curator, professor, author, and commissioner. She took her bachelor's degree in fine arts at the University of the East School of Music and Arts. She also completed the requirements needed for the Associate in Visual Communication program of the University of the Philippines, Diliman. She also finished Master in Instructional Technology and capped her educational pursuit with a doctorate in Educational Management from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. She is the founder chairman of Global Artists Creative Collaboration for Empowerment, USA, the first and only PhilAm state-registered art organization. She is also the project director of New York Foundation for the Arts, curator of the Association of Art Museum Curators USA, and she is the first Filipino-American and Asian who interacted and collaborated with renowned Da Vinci scholar, Professor Martin Kemp of London. Our judge is also a member of Association of Art Museum Curators, the project director of New York Foundation for the Arts, a resident artist of the Alameda Artwork Studios, member of San Jose Museum and Rosicrucian Museum in San Jose, California. She is also a former professor and Institute Coordinator of Institute of Architecture and Fine Arts, Far Eastern University, Manila. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Bernadette Escalon Cooper. Our next judge is a visual artist. She is the creative director and social media manager of Italian Chamber of Commerce in Qatar, UAE. She is also a freelance graphic designer of the Luxury Network and a graphic design lead artist, apart from being a multimedia and fine arts instructor. ASEAN friends, please welcome. Our next judge is a magna cum laude graduate of fine arts from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. A practicing freelance artist, she has been a recipient of a lot of awards in the field of fine arts. Sweet Grand Award, Sculpture category of the Metrobank Art and Design Excellence 2021 of the Metrobank Foundation, and the Distinction Award for Visual Arts 2011 of the Mindanao State University, General Santos City. Please welcome in our midst, Ms. Kathleen Sarina Dagum. Thank you, ma'am. Our next judge is a multi-awarded visual artist and AUP's pride. He is the Grand Awardee in Painting of the Metrobank Art and Design Excellence 2012 of the Metrobank Foundation. He also bagged the following awards. First prize in Painting category of the 66th AAP Annual Art Competition, the honorable mention in Swatch Art Competition, and the third prize in GSIS Painting Competition. In 2009, he started group exhibitions in high-end galleries, both local and international. ASEAN brothers and sisters, please welcome my good friend, Mr. Herbert Pajarito. Thank you, sir. In behalf of the organizers, I thank you for gracing our program. Good evening and mabuhay.
Thank you, Dr. Naidas, for introducing our judges to us. Well, I think our finalists, these 10 finalists, are now ready. Finalist number 1, you may start your presentation, and after your presentation, the judges will immediately begin asking you your questions. Best of luck.
Good evening, everyone. For a while, this is not my artwork. I am for the traditional poster making. The picture shown in the screen is for digital poster making. My category is the traditional poster making. Okay, so let me repeat. Good evening, everyone. I am Alvin S. Gagono from Batangas State University. I am here to present my artwork. The title of my artwork is Multiple Faces. As you can see, there are 10 different faces in my artwork, symbolizing the 10 different ASEAN countries. For the art style used, I used cubism. As per definition, cubism is an artwork in which a new image was formed by mixing different shapes together. I chose this art style because this will promote the interconnectedness and togetherness of the ASEAN countries. Why? For example, a specific ASEAN country represents a specific shape. So if you mix that shape on the other shapes, then a new image was formed, hence my artwork. For the medium used, I used watercolor. We, the ASEAN countries, are separated by waters. So being able to create an artwork using watercolor will be a great representation of the statement. No matter how far we are from each other, we can still create something together. For the team One Vision, we Because in my artwork, their eyes are wide open for a better future, one identity, because even though they have different faces, they are still connected with each other, creating one identity, and then one community, which is represented by the ASEAN sun shining through them, serving as the beacon of hope for a better future. During this pandemic, we are all in a different process of recovery. This is represented through my artwork because some of are not. This only means that even though we are different in the process of recovery, if we are together and connected, then healing is foreseen. Thank you.
Hello. Should I ask a question now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Since it's about cubism, tell me why you choose cubism instead of the representational. Why cubism?
Because we all know that in poster making, it is common that when you said poster making, every people will do the representational one. So I try to make it unique to the others and make it more artistic and modern because cubism is a modern type of artwork, right? So I chose cubism because, like I said before, this will promote the interconnectedness since cubism artwork came from the formation of different shapes mixed up together. That is why I chose cubism.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I have no more questions. Yes, we're done already. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, next please. Okay, kabahan, okay? Yes, thank you. Okay.
Pleasant day, everyone. I'm Alexa Cortez, a grade 12 student of Mahabang Medalita. So, first of all, I would like to thank you for having me here and giving me a chance to present my work to all of you. The title of my work is The Front Line. To tell you about my poster, I made this art by using an illustration board to draw on, a pencil to illustrate the details, and colored pencils to make it look like alive, and colorful, of course. I also made this with passion, and with thinking of our frontliners as my inspiration. The relevance of my poster to our theme is that how we can keep our interconnectedness with each other during this time of pandemic. So, the perfect example for this is what we're doing right now. Even if we're far from each other or from different places or countries, we're still able to gather here and be connected with each other using this online platform. And we're still able to show our talents, promote our cultures and our schools as well. And our school as well. Thank you to our frontliners we have right here, and for the one who's helping us to make this program successful. This is a dedication for all of you. That's all. Thank you.
Alexa, let's talk about your artwork. What is your inspiration in your artwork?
The frontliners of our nation po and the whole world.
Okay. And what is your creative process in making your art?
Pardon po?
What's your creative process in making your artwork?
Board and pencils and colored pencils.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I am Crystal Jade T. Bermudo from Cavite State University, Philippines. The medium I used in this poster is gouache paint. The techniques I used to achieve this output are staining, adding of opaque layers, wet-on-wet technique, and dry brushing. The inspiration of this artwork is the ASEAN community goals embodied through the 3 community pillars of ASEAN. I added the political and security, economic, and socio-cultural community pillars to represent the visions enacted by ASEAN. I put the socio-cultural community pillar at the center because it has a very important role in building our ASEAN identity. Also, the chains rooted from that pillar signifies the strong link and the interconnectedness that embraces us as ASEAN community. Moreover, to illustrate our common identity, I used a fingerprint patterned human figure painted with the colors of the ASEAN emblem, where the colors red, blue, yellow, and white represents the state crest of all ASEAN member states. And the elements of culture is placed on the lowermost part of the artwork because it serves as the root of our identity, and the ASEAN culture is an open book, and through education, we foster understanding and awareness to one's culture. Overall, this artwork depicts that despite of the pandemic, we were able to sustain art connections, and it didn't hinder us in recognizing one's cultural diversity. Therefore, we belong to one community, we share the same vision, and we are identified as one because we are brothers and sisters under the name of ASEAN. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello, ma'am. Good evening po.
Yes, I noticed there in your work the fingerprint. So is that the focus of your work or just a part of it? Since it's in the middle.
The fingerprint patterned human figure is just one part of the element. I use the fingerprint pattern to represent our common identity because usually the fingerprint signifies identity.
Okay. So for you, how important identity in artwork, in art in general?
I think identity is important in art because it reflects a specific culture, and art is a good medium to communicate. And through art, we are showing our appreciation to each other culture, and each culture is composed of different diversity and identity, and through art we are able to appreciate those diverse identity, and not just we are able to communicate through art, we are able to express our talents and to promote, and we are able to promote others' culture by showing appreciation to their diverse identities. That's all.
Nice. I like it. Okay. Thank you. We're done. Next. Chad.
Good evening, everyone. I am Daniela Limbag of the Nazareth School, here to present my artwork entitled Under the Umbrella. In accordance with this event's theme, I started off this poster with the phone in the foreground simply because technology is the first thing to come to mind when thinking about interconnectedness during the pandemic. In this digital age, we are able to communicate with each other and understand each other's cultures from anywhere around the globe, just like in this event. So I added a globe behind it and decided to show how technology connects our countries by featuring various different architecture and monuments in Southeast Asia to represent these countries. While thinking about the pandemic, I thought about the idiomatic expression under the umbrella and decided to take a literal approach to it in the poster, as I thought it would be a good symbol and play on words to represent the ASEAN countries literally bonded as one during the pandemic. I added in hands emerging from the phone to hold the umbrella, as it symbolizes the willingness and efforts of Southeast Asians to stay interconnected and work together to stop the pandemic. The last thing I worked on was the silhouettes of students studying, both with and without the use of technology. I wanted to add that bit of representation to remind people of the importance of education, especially for progress towards cultural understanding. As Southeast Asians contribute to this cause, they protect the younger generation, students like myself, who will keep learning during the pandemic to ensure one vision, that future leaders and members of our society will be well educated to maintain and possibly improve on the relationships between our countries in order to be bonded as one. I painted the poster with acrylic paint on an illustration board and used a white pen to make white outlines instead of black in order for the poster to maintain its vibrancy and positive message while also addressing such a serious situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Daniela.
Hi.
Can you tell me what makes your artwork different from the others?
My artwork, I decided to take a more simplistic design with flat colors, similar to constructivism, as my main objective was to get the message across of the artwork and effectively in a most direct and simplistic way, while also playing with metaphors to make it interesting to look at. I really tried to focus on the idiomatic expression, which is the title of my artwork, under the umbrella, to symbolize the country's unification in a literal way.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, sir. Give me some time to show my arts.
I have your artwork naman, so don't worry here, Miss J-Ann.
Okay,
I can
ma'am.
see your work, so don't worry. Okay, yeah.
Okay, po. Let me see this one. First of all, I would like to greet you. Good evening, everyone. According to Pablo Picasso, painting is just another way of keeping a diary. When I was young, I've always thought that art is expressing yourself. It is a great privilege for me to be on top 10, it is one way of keeping a diary with my poster making or a painting. As you can see in my painting, it is made of different colors, which I use acrylic paint. I put on a gesso prime. I use canvas with a size of 2 times 3 feet canvas. Okay. In my painting, it is located in my side. It is truly an honor for me once again to be a part of this. In the upper part of my painting, as you can see a rising sun, which simply means that we, ASEAN, are shining towards other people. This rising sun symbolizes that we are shining
through the world, we are raising our identity, and even we have bright culture deep in us. The towers before the rising sun symbolizes the nations, which these are famous places that many other people visited. Actually, even the American or the European are tend to realize or identify a certain country with these beautiful places or structures. The birds in the upper part symbolizes peace, the peace that within us. We are free to express ourselves, we are free to love, to care, and to give what we have. In the lower part or in the center part of my poster, you can see a hand. I know that it is very common in a poster, but why I choose this symbol? I choose this symbol because this symbol is a security of a unity. The fact that the success of the movement is in the hands of the members. We, the ASEAN, can create a greater nation with us. We are not expecting other nations or other parts of the world to help. In the lower part, you can see different flags. This different flag symbolizes our nations, which we stand still, which we are proud of representing of. In the left side, we can see the different cultural dances. You can see in the Philippines, we are proud to present our tinikling dance. And then there's still there are different dances there. To wrap up my presentation, the overall needs of my presentations is unity out of diversity, unity out of pandemic, and through this, we can show to the world that we, the ASEAN, has the unity despite of pandemic. And before I ended my speak, where there is unity, there is always victory. This is according to Cyrus. And I think that could be all. Thank you.
Okay, JN. Yes, I can see there in your work, I can see culture, countries, and I noticed also technology or the social media. Okay?
Yes.
So you experience all of that, right? The technology.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, you experience culture. So it's like the culture and technology collided, right?
Yes, yes.
Or
You're right, ma'am.
The technology was used to connect the culture. So for you as an artist, to what extent, in your life or in your experience, to what extent culture and technology and does that affect to you as an artist? Yes.
No, ma'am. Actually, the culture and the technology, right? The culture and technology is very important in today's day. We are living in a new era, which we are which the internet or social media is very present. With this, we can show to the world different cultures that we have, our different dances, our different structures, or beautiful places that we possess. We can show to the world that the beauty of ASEAN. I think that the culture and the technology is not it don't give me a bad effect, but as an artist itself, it gives me a great opportunity or a plus points to represent my arts through the world, because most of the time I paint and then I sell it. And then through the technology, I can able to show the beauty of the artist of ASEAN, particularly in the Philippines. So this is a great factor to represent ASEAN to the world with technology.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, JM. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. I am Keynote from Finalist Presentations. The techniques that I use in my poster is mixed media. It's a combination of colored pencils, oil pastels, acrylic paint, white gel pen, and a marker. The poster illustrates that despite our differences, we can still be connected and united towards success amidst pandemic. The sun and the dove that carries the ASEAN flag signifies tranquility and peace, which represents one community for aiming a brighter future. The two hands holding together represents one identity, while the earth that shapes like a bulb that has a cut tree and a new leaf growing on top represents growth and development, which represents one vision. All these three aspects were purposely placed inside the compass as it signifies guide and motivation. The frontliners are placed inside the shield as it represents that they are the one who helps the community to combat coronavirus, while people with different cultures are placed inside the circle connecting through technology, which represents the interconnectedness amidst pandemic. On the right part has a vaccines that are created through science, and on the other side is an arrow containing education and pointing to different people with professions, signifying that we can achieve success despite this pandemic. See, the poster where the compass points out signifies the importance of having one vision, one identity, and one community.
Hi, Daniela. Can you tell us about the color principle of your artwork and why you choose that colors?
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Can you tell us about the color principles of your artwork and why you choose that color?
I use the different principles and colors of art as it is the essence of every artist to represent their own talent and passion in art, because every artist's trademark is their uniqueness to show their ideas through posters, through artworks, to convey a powerful message to the world, to inspire and motivate, to have one community, to have one identity and one vision, which will help us to be united despite the crisis that we are facing during this time of pandemic. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Hello?
I can't hear her. Sorry, I can't hear her.
Can you hear me now, ma'am?
Yes, go.
Good evening. I am Noelyn Love Cabantac, representing Mindanao Mission Academy. In this poster, I used oil pastel to bring out the best of my work. This poster is a voice itself that speaks the theme, understanding culture, and promoting interconnectedness across Southeast Asia amid pandemic. The first thing you will probably see in the poster is the fist punching the virus with the people, diverse people from ASEAN countries as its foundation to protect the earth. And yes, that is the soul meat of the message we want to impart. If you look at the upper part of the poster, we can see that the situation of our world is much sad. The death of a loved one, exhausting duties of frontliners, Lockdowns, economic crisis, and many more unfortunate situations are weighing each one. That is why it is a prerequisite for us to be in one vision, in one identity, and in one community. And if you look at the lower part of the poster, it is about the importance of understanding culture. We need to be open-minded. It is becoming clear that in order to build countries that are successful at improving conditions and resolving problems, much with the current situation of pandemic, we need to understand many cultures and establish relationships with people. It is more than recognition for our differences, but paving the way for a new world where we all stand together and we attain interconnectedness across Southeast Asia amidst pandemic.
Okay, thank you. So I can see a lot of elements there inside your work. So if you're going to sum up the idea of your work in one sentence, can you tell us what it is? Did you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you.
One sentence, yung parang one sentence only. If you're going to sum up, because there's a lot of things going on there. So try to sum up it in one sentence only, like that, or the compact idea that you have in your mind, so that it can give impact also to the one who will listen, and as people will see it, the work, they will say, this is it, one sentence. Okay, go on.
Understanding culture and interconnectedness is really are two key factors that are really important, that we a really important step that we need to fight this pandemic, because connecting with others help continue effective communication with the World Health Organization. It shares disease prevention and control experiences with related countries. It enhances international cooperation. It enhances international cooperation about medicines and vaccines, and it provides as much assistance as it can to the people, to the regions, countries where there is where they are experiencing the virus.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to see you all in this event. My name is Raden Roro Sania Blesanti Kusmawadini from the Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Tarumanagara, Indonesia. So my artwork is inspired by the ASEAN motto, namely one vision, one identity, and one community. Because of this pandemic situation, there are a lot of work from home activities. But even though at home we can still be connected and do positive activities. So I present the festival event through the symbolism of homes with traditional house windows from Southeast Asia member countries. The first window is from Indonesia, and the person is wearing traditional Japanese clothes, who is decorating the facade of the house with batik textile stretched with tile textile. Then there is a traditional Thailand window, and a person is wearing Thailand traditional clothes. The next window is the Peranakan Chinese window, which exists in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. Then the last window at the bottom is traditional Philippine window. Then inside the window there There are 3 women are wearing traditional clothes from Philippines, Brunei, and Vietnam. They are playing traditional games, which in Philippines the name is Chungkayan, then in Bahasa Indonesia is Congklak. In Bahasa Melayu, it can be called Congkak. Then the last, there is a scene of man dressed in baju kurung in Malay that catch the kite with Malaysian pattern on it. From my artwork, I want to show you that the ASEAN member countries, despite they have their own traditional games, culture, and costume, but they have the same vision as one community to promote active collaboration on matters of common interest such as cultural and social to become their identity. The medium of my artwork, I use watercolor and mix it with acrylic paint on aquarelle paper. That's all of my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Dan terima kasih.
Thank you, Sania. Can you tell us what is the message behind your artwork?
So behind my artwork message, so I want to show you that the ASEAN member countries, despite they have their own traditional games, culture that I said before, they have same vision as one community to promote activities collaboration on matters of common interest such as cultural and social to become their identity. So it's inspired by the namely one vision, one identity, and one community from ASEAN motto. That's all, sir. Thank you.
Sharing.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Saranjon Angela, and this is my poster. The medium that I use is canvas, and I paint it with acrylic paint because I want to give my expression from every stroke that I brush into my poster. I title it Peace and Prosperity ASEAN. My inspiration for this poster is based on my experience amid the pandemic living in Southeast Asia. Rice paddy is one of the most and culturally engraved in Southeast Asia. It symbolizes a source of life especially prominent during the pandemic, which is the era that we needed the most. The farmer symbolized the hardworking people in Southeast Asia, and the doctor that hold vaccine symbolized a fight for COVID so the farmer can give the paddy itself. The dripping paint from the farmer and the doctor through the ASEAN map, it expressed their sweat and hard work. The basic set of the design symbol for ASEAN, namely rice paddy. Rice is the staple food for the most Southeast Asia people. Rice can be interpreted as prosperity, food sufficiency, and wealth. What is clear, it is the dream of the founder of ASEAN, namely Southeast Asia, to become a peaceful and prosperous region.
Okay, thank you. Shireen, right?
Yes.
Shireen, what kind of art, movement, or concept did you use in your artwork?
The art concept that I use into my poster is realistic poster. So I draw a really realistic human form that is the farmer and the doctor. Why I draw the farmer and the doctor? Because these two persons that is the most people that present ASEAN that I in the pandemic era. So the farmer itself give the paddy that is very important to ASEAN, and the doctor give vaccine that is important for ASEAN too, because it is
State University Silang campus. I am a traditional artist who wants to spread awareness about the ASEAN's goal of promoting mutual cooperation. Meanwhile, I created my artwork based on the provided theme using two mediums, oil, pastel, and marker on a 1.5 by 2 feet vellum board. I used oil pastel for larger objects and markers for finer details. To be able to create a relevant concept, I initially conducted some research. Therefore, I came up with these relevant elements. To start with, I included two hands linked with a chain loop around between that simply demonstrates connection between people of different ethnicities. It is positioned in the middle of the gear to represent cooperation, as the gear is a symbol for collaboration. People from various countries, each with their own qualities, are gathered behind the gear and striving to guard the jigsaw puzzle flags of Southeast Asia amid pandemic. At first, the disconnected flags may leave us confused, but as we learn how the small pieces works together, we will be able to create a larger picture. We can now build links that foster strong bonds and togetherness because we understand how each country functions. A crown dove will reign due to the profound connection and understanding amongst Southeast Asian nations, which implies only peace and unity will prevail. Then, I tried to ponder upon. The sun does not only bring strength, but it provides light, making it possible for life to exist. And to end my presentation, I would like to answer my prior question. I consider that one should begin by developing strong and supportive relationship based on understanding and knowledge, as this is the key to form communities capable of achieving one vision, one identity, and one community.
Thank you, Alexa. Can you tell us about the story of your artwork?
As I have read the theme for the poster making competition, I realized that I should do this because this artwork features, despite the difference in spirituality, beliefs, tradition, we people from various countries have chosen to unite in order to foster bond and togetherness. And despite the growing function of communication technology, international transaction, global production, and financial network, there will always be connection between Southeast Asia and the rest of the world in the face of whatever phenomena, particularly the unforeseen pandemic.
Okay, thank you. Trix.
Thank you po.
The Edge-shaped land.
Northern Delta,
Halong Bay,
Central Coast,
Hongsa and Cheongsha, the Paracel Islands, and the Spratly Islands.
Sundong Cave,
Mekong River Delta,
Non La,
Bánh mì, phở, soup,
outside,
hospitable, persevering,
hardworking.
We are Vietnamese.
So, to know more about our culture, let me introduce you Áo Dài, the Vietnam's traditional dress. Leaves a deep impression of as one of the country's most striking symbols of beauty. So, charming and elegant to the Vietnamese people, Áo Dài has always been synonymous with grace and beauty. As Over hundreds of years, ASEAN has evolved alongside Vietnam, carrying Vietnamese spirit and identity. In addition to its exquisite lines flattering every individual, ASEAN also conveys the hidden lessons about the proper behavior from our ancestors. Furthermore, although exposed to two strong cultures of humanity throughout history, the Oriental and the West, ASEAN still retains its traditional beauty and original form. Today, ASEAN has been modified with a colorful and trendy style. It is a controlled, full-length dress worn with loose-fitting trousers, splitting into a front and back panel from the waist down. Due to its timelessness and universality, ASEAN is regarded as a traditional costume for both Vietnamese men and women, connecting people from all parts of life. ASEAN is the dress of choice for special and formal occasions. Moreover, it will be ever more well-known in an artistic and modern way through the lens of the younger generation. Proud to be Vietnamese, proud of ASEAN.
Non la is one-of-a-kind item in Vietnamese culture. The ingredients to make non la are incredibly simple. You only need palm leaves and bamboo box to make the hat itself, and a silk cloth for the strap. The shape of non la have evolved greatly over time, which also means there are many variants of this special type of hat. Traditionally, the broad-rimmed non la would be worn for women, while men would wear ones with higher combs and smaller rims. These non la are originally thrived in rural areas in Vietnam, which means they have so many practical uses for farmers. They can be used as baskets to carry things, as a fan to relieve the heat, and in many other ways. To Vietnamese people, non la is not a fancy jewelry. In fact, it is not much more than just an ordinary hat. A hat that represents simplicity and modesty, with a little touch of elegance, just like what is considered the Vietnamese inner beauty. With that being said, it doesn't mean that non la cannot touch up our appearance. It is said that the combination of non la and ASEAN can actually accentuate Vietnamese women's grace and virtue, while complementing their body beauty. Whereas for men, non la creates a traditional elegance and charisma, which is quite different from their bolder look in our modern society.
Contests. And we truly learned a lot about your artworks and your presentation.
And now, we can't wait to also have our 10 finalists for the Digital Modified Poster Making Contest category for their presentation.
for 2 minutes. There will be a Q&A where the finalists will be asked by the panel of judges related to the aspects of arts and on the event's theme, which is One Vision, One Identity, One Community, understanding cultures and promoting interconnectedness across Southeast Asia amid the pandemic.
Thank you for reading the mechanics, Dr. Batrai. I believe that the judges as well as our participants are ready for the contest proper. First contestant, you may start now.
Good evening, everyone. I am Ajitaya Sajai from KMUTT University of Technology, Thonburi, Thailand. Today, I would like to present you all about the digital poster under the theme Understanding Cultures and Promoting Interconnectedness Across Southeast Asia Amid the Pandemic. This poster, inspired by the spread of COVID-19, which changed the way of people living, called as New Normal. From the poster, we can see that there are people from various races who wear masks and stand on the earth. It illustrates the attempt to understand the diverse of culture from 10 different countries, and it also supports the connection within Southeast Asia and other parts of the world among the pandemic. The collaboration between the countries in Southeast Asia will help to restore the economy, especially the confidence of trading, to keep the enhance the connection of production process to avoid shortage of import and export the product between the members. And the main color of the poster are purple and orange. Purple refers to the change caused by the spread of COVID-19, which is quickly spread around the world, that make humans need to protect themselves in order to survive by changing their ways of living, along with keep and restore the economic and business potential. And orange refer to lively and fun vibes of the collaboration between members of 10 different countries. Moreover, it also initiates good communication, as the communication now is done with distance, but the connection between each other is still important for humans. The style of the poster is minimal but still lively, so I adapt it by using bright color, purple and orange, as you can see, instead of earth tone color. And the program that I used is Adobe Illustrator. Thank you.
Hi, can I shoot the first question? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you were to present the message of your poster in United Nations, what would it be?
I believe that every poster have uniqueness, and mine is the color and the style. I use less object as its minimal style, but the object that I use are all impact and can deliver many meaning. For instance, the people in the middle of the poster is like the phrase less but more, which means people can represent their own culture and their own countries to others. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, boards of judges, esteemed contestants, and audience. My name is Như Quỳnh, and I come from Foreign Language Specialized School, Vietnam. So, turning to the meaning of my poster first, I named my poster as Mimic Battle, which took inspiration from reality in the context of the extremely intensive COVID-19 epidemic in Asia. The two opposite perspectives in the painting depict the pain and loss we have to go through in the most naked yet innocent way. Throughout the pandemic, there have been several that speak volumes and give us the mixed emotions about what is now going on around the world in general and in Asia in particular, pain, loss, despair, but also hope and motivation to stand up. So the whole Asia, every country, every community, every citizen is a part of a world filled with unfortunate realities and cruelty. That is the perspective of adults who are able to see the fear from the disease. However, what about the children? Maybe just like the mimic fighting games everyone used to play as a kid. COVID to children is their enemies, and that's all. But should we extinguish between two perspectives or overlook one of them? No, it would be a wrong choice if we ignore either side. A holistic view gives us a solution and motivation to get any task done. Is there anything with solidarity and synergy to help us win against a common enemy? To show that, I displayed images from 10 countries of Asia in a collage style, with the images of iconic buildings and landmarks placed side to side, showing the outdoors perspective, including Hat Long Bay of Vietnam, Chiang Mai of Thailand, Petronas Twin Towers of Malaysia, Shawanda Golden Temple of Myanmar, Wing Sing Thong Kim Kong Leong Bang Prabang of Laos, and Konwet Sim Pit of Cambodia, Rowan Palace of Brunei, Altun Danu Baratan Temple of Indonesia, the Angsan Occidental of Intramuros of Philippines, Gardens by the Bay of Singapore. On the other hand, the United States in the middle of the building, along with our common enemy, were sketched with simple lines with green color virus, similar to the painting of a children learned to draw for the first time, which offer a way to identify opposites. Moreover, I use Adobe Photoshop for collaging and Adobe Illustrator for the animation. Thereby, I want to send everyone the message, no matter who we are, what we are doing, or what our age is. Let's raise the source that leads to the future, and don't let your current perspective limit yourself. Try to step out, view things from a different angle. Maybe the seemingly complicated problem can be solved in a really simple way. We can't choose the obstacle, but we can decide how we overcome it. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My question is, what is the important thing in your artwork that you want us to remember?
I think that I want everybody who see my piece of art remember about a different perspective. Like we see as a present, we have seen like a lot of pains and loss, but I just want everybody to have a like positive perspective too. That we cannot choose the obstacle, but we can choose how we overcome it, how we overcome our difficulties.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your question.
Good day, everyone. Mabuhay. My name is Maria Amor Enrica de la Cruz. I am here to represent my school, Benasalipa, and my country, the Philippines. My digital painting entitled Roots is a visual representation of how we, the Southeast Asian people, are not just a community, but a family that shares the same identity and vision. I used Photoshop in creating this artwork. The warm color of my poster signifies the beautiful weather in our lands and the distinct skin color of Southeast Asians. I put emphasis on a man and a woman inside the screen who represents the Southeast Asian parents. They are reaching out to their children and the modern generation to remind them of who and what they are. Today, technology is used to promote interconnectedness among the Southeast Asian youth. But for us to act as one, we need to understand our culture, Hence, my artwork is an awakening, a call to every Southeast Asian to go back to our roots. Let us discover and rediscover each ASEAN country's diverse cuisine, distinct languages, rich agriculture, traditional music and arts, and age-old religion. The pandemic has left the world in anguish. It is time to heal and bring back joy in our lives. Let us cultivate our culture of family-orientedness to turn ugliness into beauty, and that is the beauty of the Southeast Asian culture. Let us go back to our roots, because the legacy of Southeast Asia is in our hands. Thank you.
Hi, how are you?
Hello, ma'am. I'm very thrilled and happy that I'm here.
Yes, I have one question here. When you make a poster, simplicity is the key. Now, in your poster, can you give me one word that would summarize all of those elements that are in your poster?
One word. The title of my artwork, which is Roots. Because
Roots, but you have to, can you expound that into something that will give the key of the message of your poster?
As Southeast Asians who have the same identity and vision, I encourage everyone to go back to our roots to really understand and embrace our culture. I want everyone to discover and rediscover each other's uniqueness and become united despite the diversity. As one big family, let us turn ugliness into beauty and show the world the greatness of the Southeast Asian culture today and in the post-pandemic world.
Okay, is that all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, hello everyone. My name is Marian Bukol and I am from Adventist Academy Cebu from Philippines. I was given the opportunity to join the digital poster making contest and I am so grateful for this opportunity. Thank you so much. Allow me to present my interpretation of the theme. The medium of my artwork is digital art. I used a program called Fire Alpaca to illustrate. Now, when I think about the theme, which is one vision, one identity, and one community, I think of a tree. A tree has different parts. Just like all of us, we are all part of ASEAN, but we are all from different countries. But together, just like the different parts of the tree, we work together and help each other grow as a community, and we are able to share each other's culture. That is why I drew a tree to symbolize ASEAN, all of us as a whole. At the bottom, we can see 10 people, each representing their respective countries. As you can see, each of these characters wear traditional clothing hailing from their countries. I specifically wanted them to wear the traditional clothing because I wanted the traditional clothing to represent the cultures as a whole. I wanted to put all of their cultures and put it into one thing, and I decided to put it into their clothing. And as a last touch, I decided to add the ASEAN logo and incorporate the colors of the flag and change the color yellow in the middle with the colors of the flag. Thank you so much for listening.
Hi, so my question is, How important do you think competitions are for artists today?
Competitions, well, they have their negative and they have their positive. For me, I guess it's important so that we can push each other, and if we do fail, we would still be able to push ourselves to do our best to win or at least achieve the goal that we are aiming for. That is why I think it is important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Together we stand, divided we fall. Together we climb to the top of the world. Just like Southeast Asia amid this COVID-19 pandemic, we stood up all together and helped one another to achieve greater heights in succeeding in beating this war against COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to discuss the techniques and the mediums that I used in order to create my artwork. I used Adobe Photoshop and IBIS Paint to create the raw and the final product, with the different techniques of mixed media such as 2D digital painting, digital collage, and of course, vector drawing. Moreover, I overlaid the different paint splatters in order for every single one of you to feel the presence of resilience and solidarity in every Southeast Asian citizen. And that's to also remind you that we are still fighting this war. As you can see in my poster, there is a bridge interconnecting all of the countries across Southeast Asia, resembling the solidarity that we have. As to the different elements of religion, festivals, giving every citizen the faith and the hope with a tree that represents life and living, which leads to the resilience that we have. What I would like to convey in my poster is that our sacrifices and sufferings are already enough to prove that resilience and solidarity is in every Southeast Asian citizen's nature. It is in our DNA. That is why together we stand. But divided, we will fall. But together, we can achieve a world of COVID-free environment. We will be free and we will win this war. That is why resilience and solidarity is the heart and the soul of my masterpiece.
I'm sorry. You must forgive me. It's 3 o'clock in the morning here. Like I said, a poster is useless if it does not make the audience act. Okay, let us reverse the situation. You are not the poster maker, but you are the audience. What do you think is the call to action of the poster?
If it will be
How would you
reversed
respond in short? Mhm.
All right. If it will be reversed and if I will be the audience, trying to think of the call to action of this particular poster, it will notify me that COVID-19 will end, that there is a bridge, and that all of us should contribute and march all together in order to achieve a world of COVID-free environment. That will be my response if the roles will be reversed, if I will be the audience reacting to the call to action from my poster.
Okay, thank you.
Mabuhay! My name is Nathalie Anne-Marie, 19 years old, and I'm the representative of Cavite State University, Maine. The title of my artwork is Arts, Another Reason to Smile. I use Medibang Paint, a free drawing software, and I did digital drawing and everything on my poster. The first thing that probably caught your eyes on my artwork are the hands, the people, and the logo of ASEAN in the center. The fingers represent each countries that are part of the ASEAN. It shows that we are better together and working hand in hand. We have different goals, but one vision, which is a world that is a better place for everyone. The logo of ASEAN is turned into wings, showing that we will rise together because of our interconnectedness. The 10 people represented each country wearing their national clothing. I didn't put a mask on them. Why? Because I want everyone who will see my poster to be encouraged to join this fight against this pandemic to bring back everyone's smile. Around it is an ASEAN meeting, a Filipino nurse in another country, a man learning cultures of different countries in the internet by watching and talking to others, and an exchange of a box containing essentials for this pandemic. It shows how we maintain our connection and will to gain knowledge of other countries amidst the pandemic. In addition, the colors I use as backgrounds are bright colors. Purple representing power and ambition. Dark blue representing knowledge. Beginning and wealth are represented by green. Orange represents social and inviting. And last but not the least, light blue represents trust and sincerity. We have one vision, which created an identity we shared together, and we became a community because of it. Again, I'm Nathalie Anne-Marie, 19 years old, representative of Cavite State University, Maine. Thank you.
So my question is, how do you personally relate to or connect with your artwork?
As I said earlier, the reason why I didn't put a mask on the people in the center of my poster is because I wanted to show their smile. I think all of us can relate to it, that we miss seeing everyone smile, we miss hugging everyone, the touch, we miss everything of it. I want to show it in the poster to encourage everybody to fight against this pandemic because I want to bring everyone's smile back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I would like to say a warm xin chào to our Board of Judges and all the audiences watching right now. As you know, we have been facing the COVID-19 interconnectedness of most of the regions. So I designed this poster mainly with Photoshop. Well, I think it's really different and really simple from many other posters here today, but I imagine and illustrate an online meeting interface where all Asian countries meet each other to promote their culture and also express their sympathy during this pandemic. You can see each of the Asian member countries has its own unique identity, own national costume, and own diverse culture. And every year at the Asian Summit, leaders of Asian member countries take part in what is known as today is the Asian handshake. But this year with COVID-19, such physical gatherings have been replaced with meetings by video conferences. However, it doesn't stop us. We can still react to show our feeling with the reaction tab. You can put on the heart emoji or thumbs up emoji, but most importantly, the handshaking emoji you can see on the top left corner. think that is really important that ASEAN countries can speak with one voice on issues that they are concerned, whether it's on handling their pandemic or ensuring that regional integrations. And I wanted to recall the motto of the ASEANs and also the theme of this competition: one vision, one identity, and one community. Even though we're apart, we're still together in one place, one screen, one community. Thank you.
Hi there.
Hi, ma'am.
How are you?
I'm very good. How are you?
Okay, I'm doing fine as well. I'm going to repeat the question because I wanted to find an answer to this question. Okay. If you were to present your poster, how would you advocate it in the United Nations?
Thank you for your questions. Well, if I had a chance to advocate in the United Nations, I would show them how it, the meaning, the stories of the behind of the poster that I designed, which I just said earlier. It's even though we're apart, we're still together in one place, one screen, one community. And I wanted people to understand how we commitment and also the connection between each country in the Southeast Asian nations. Also, I wanted to show the feelings of how the COVID-19 pandemic has affected us over the past years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Kayla Gintu and I am the representative of San Pablo Colleges. Thank you for having me. So, the title of my artwork is Standing Tall in Stumbling Block. Stumbling block means the struggle and difficulties that we are experiencing this pandemic. Yet we stand tall, we are working together and we have one vision, one identity in this community. So, the poster that I made, I have understood and visualized this theme. I wanted to show that even though we are in the middle of a pandemic, we still stay connected with one another. I decided to add the I in the middle because it signifies that it is an eye-opener for people to learn and understand more about our different cultures with the help of social media. Like in my experience, I have met a lot of people in the internet. They have inspired me to know more about their countries and cultures. And also through this pandemic, it had helped us to connect with one another to defeat the crisis that we are currently experiencing. So, in this poster, I decided to use vibrant colors to signify the positivity of my artwork. Since the hands are holding each other, it means the connectedness, cooperation, and closeness of each countries. The eye symbolizes that we should see, observe, and understand that this situation brings us together and that we should learn and understand each other amid this pandemic. The application I used in making this poster is Medibang paint. And the techniques I use in this poster are surrealism and kind of a fauvism. So for the surrealism, I wanted to use symbols because I wish for the viewer to appreciate the meaning and uniqueness of my artwork. For the fauvism, I wanted to show the positivity and the brilliant, vibrant colors signifying the diversity of cultures and are that despite the difference of our cultures, we can still be connected. That is all. Thank you.
Hi. So my question is, what do you like about your artwork? Is it the final output, your experience while doing it, or being one of the finalists here in the Asian Modified Poster Making?
So what I like about my artwork is everything that you have mentioned because the experience is amazing. The process of making this, it has actually made me think about our countries and our different cultures and how we have connected this pandemic. Um, I am also very thankful that I have been one of the top 10 finalists of this poster making because it has given me confidence that I should continue to improve my art more and give and maybe I might also inspire other artists to join these kind of competitions and they might experience what I am also experiencing. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
So, good evening, everyone. I'm Renfer Kian Murata of Lipa City Colleges from the Philippines. I'm here to present my art piece by telling the technique I use and its relevance to the theme, which is understanding culture and promote interconnectedness across Southeast Asia and amid the pandemic. This digital masterpiece has done with a pure hand drawing skill using a tablet device. I focus on where we all communicate during this pandemic, on the digital world. The laptop represents the whole digital technology. That is why my elements are came out or came from the screen of a laptop. It represents that we can still promote unity and understanding culture between the Southeast Asia even pandemic exists. It is the duty of the ASEAN's three pillars: political security community, economic community, and culture community. In the poster, they served as the wall that protects the dark corners that symbolizes the destructive COVID-19 virus. Inside the three pillars, you will notice the elements that visualize its purpose: the good governance, respect on each other's territory, sharing of resources, economic development, rights, freedom, and peace. Above the pillars, you will see the 10 screen that imitates the actual logo of the ASEAN integration. It depicts the interconnectedness of the Southeast Asian nation on eradicating the virus using telecommunication. Other than that, we can still learn on each other's culture as I shown on the upper right of the poster. Even there is no physical contact such as seminars and events that tackles diversity, there's still a technology that gives us knowledge even we're in our homes. We can still understand each other's nation's language, the way we dress, religion, and other cultures that bring one vision, one identity, and one community. That's all. Thank you.
Hi, Renber. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, ma'am.
Hey, how are you? Okay. Your poster looks interesting to me, particularly those columns, and I have question with those columns. Uh, it looks to me it's interesting, but those columns give me an impression as if there is a restriction of something that you made there. So why did you make it in such a way that some of the elements are inside and some of the elements are outside? What does that imply?
It implies that the elements that are inside the laptop shows the information or the positive theme, and the background that's why I give it a unsaturated color because it it symbolizes negativity because it is the destructive virus. That's all.
Okay. Anything else? That's all?
That's all, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rian Claire Anyas. I'm a first-year international civil engineering student from KMUTT University of Technology Thonburi, or KMUTT in Thailand. Today, I'll present to you my entry for the first ASEAN Modified Digital Poster Making Contest that I've entitled ASEAN Unity. As the title implies, my inspiration for this artwork is unity. I wanted to illustrate through my artwork the importance of ASEAN unity, especially during this time that we are in the middle of the pandemic. Starting from the bottom of my artwork, I wanted to show that regardless of our race, culture, religion, or nationality, it is vital that we work and fight together to defeat our common enemy, the COVID-19, which had significantly affected our countries, our lives, and of course, the world. The handshake signifies Southeast Asians coming to an agreement to pursue a shared vision of regional peace, stability, and economy and cultural development. Similarly, the flags being puzzled together symbolizes the interconnectedness of Southeast Asian countries and how we harness our common identity and shared values to build a community, the ASEAN community. Lastly, at the top part of my artwork, I've drawn 10 people, each dressed in their traditional clothes, and some of the renowned structures or landmarks from each of the countries to illustrate the beauty and diversity of the cultures in Southeast Asia. In this part, I wanted to emphasize how important it is for us to understand and respect each culture to become united, become interconnected, and become a community with one ASEAN identity. In summary, I wanted to convey through my artwork the hope that Southeast Asia or the ASEAN community will emerge from this crisis together, stronger, better, and more united while sharing a common vision for people's peaceful and economic aspirations. That is all. Thank you very much for listening. Maraming salamat. Kapin ka.
So your artwork is really nice. But if you would be given 10 hours to edit your artwork or revise your artwork,
I think I will leave it as it is because I believe that I have successfully or I have relayed my my message through my artwork, which is the importance of unity. That's all.
you
That ends our digital modified poster making contest and all the contests we had today.
We'd like to extend our sincere appreciation to our dear judges, our talented participants, and of course, to all of our viewers via Zoom, and we're also live on Facebook and YouTube. Before we go to other parts, I think we are going to watch several cultural presentations. Okay.
everyone. Welcome to the famous province of Cavite here in the Philippines. For today, we are going to talk about culture of the Filipinos in this province.
Yes, specifically, we're going to explore their culture, their food, their music, and of course, their people. Kaya ano pang hinihintay nyo? Tara na!
Isipin mo sana ang sarili lang, pakisama't bayanihan.
And of course, as part of our very rich culture, we value education. We are here right now at the premier university of Cavite, the famous Cavite State University.
As a university, we stand for truth, excellence, and service.
We also value our religious traditions and beliefs. Our customs are still very much alive in the faces of the children. Filipinos also treasure history and heritage. And of course, our undying love for food. Discover more of these stories and culture only here in the Philippines.
Those were astounding cultural presentations from different institutions here in the Philippines.
Yes, I do agree, Sir Jarrell. And in a few minutes, we will be announcing the winners for today's event.
So, who will bring home the top prizes, Dr. Batray?
Well, if you're going to ask me, they're all winners. I mean, our dear students took this great challenge to showcase their talents amid pandemic and to let the world know that we from the ASEAN countries are in one.
Yes, one in vision, one in identity, one community. By understanding cultures and promoting interconnectedness across Southeast Asia amid the pandemic.
And cash prizes and certificates await for our winners tonight.
The prizes for extemporaneous speech are the following. Third prize, the winner receives $50 US. The second prize, the second place, the winner gets $100 US. And the first place, the winner receives $150 US.
Thank you for that, Sir Joel. And for the modified poster making contest, both traditional and digital categories, here are the prizes. Third place, the winner will be awarded with $100 US. Second place, the winner gets $150 US. And for the first place, the winner will be awarded with $200 US.
Yes, but to note, the winners in the Philippines will receive their prizes through GCash, while those winners who will be coming from international participants, your prizes will be given through the AIU.
And let's also take this opportunity, Sir Joel, to recognize our sponsors.
Yes. And let me begin to read one of our event sponsors of prizes. Her name is Miss Thelma T. Aliasa, for her love of English communication, support for arts, and in memory of the father of AUP Trad Digital Fine Arts and its first department chair and our friend, Mr. Reuben Abaya Pagaduan, who recently passed away. Mr. Pagaduan is an advocate of arts and anchored on God as the master artist. A quote from Miss Paliasa, she said, "Art is beauty, symmetry, and analogy."
And may I recognize our event sponsors of prizes. We have the Asia Pacific International University, Thailand, Dr. Maynard Halyasgo, Country Vigi Foods Corporation through Mr. Joel Garzota, Mr. Lester Marticio, No Yong Pok of Sky High Engineering, Rixel Hu R. Songkayawan, Dr. Michael Naidas, Dr. Lou Sausa, Mrs. Linda Amurao, Ronel Batulayan, Dr. Martel Orbon, Dr. Kevin Imperio, Dr. Raymond Kaagbay, and Mr. Jimmy Ramirez. To all our event sponsors of prizes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we are about to hear the names of our winners. And before we proceed to the announcement, let us say hi again to our MBC co-host.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening,
Ma'am Donna
Donna.
and
Good
Sir
evening.
Kenji.
Good evening,
How are you
Dr.
there?
Batray, Sir Joel. We can't also wait to know who will be our winners tonight. I think the tabulation team are ready with their results by now.
Yes, I believe so. So let us call on them to announce the winners and award the cash prizes and certificates for the Senior High School Extemporaneous Speech Contest Let us hear from Dr. Rostiana, a faculty of the Psychology Department from Universitas Tarumanagara in Jakarta, Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, now this is the time that we are waiting for. I want to announce you the winner of the extemporary speech for high school level. I'm sorry. Okay, and this is, excuse me. Okay. Yeah. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Yeah. So I want to start to the first winner. The first place is the first winner of the extemporary speech for high school level is Vivian Elizabeth Harold, or the first winner. And congratulations for you. And the second is Hilary Dicky Fajardo, number 11 from Manila Adventist College. And the third is Patricia Joyce Emremo, number 29. I think congratulations for all of you. Thank you. Back to the moderator.
Congratulations to all our winners. And to award the winners for the Extemporaneous Speech Contest for college level, let us hear from Dr. Sharmini Abdullah, the head for the Center for Liberal Arts of University Malaysia Perlis.
Yeah. Right. Assalamualaikum to everyone. May the peace and blessings of the Almighty be upon us all. Salam sejahtera, salam ilmu keikhlasan, kecemerlangan, UNIMAT. A warm selamat datang I bid to all of you. Esteemed collaborative partners, committee, participants, and attendees of the first Asian Virtual Extemporaneous Speech and Modified Poster Making Contestants. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is my pleasure and honor to announce the winners for the Virtual Extemporaneous Speech. Right. The second runner-up goes to contestant number 9, Serena Emerald from Universitas Tarumanagara. First runner-up goes to contestant number 31, none other than my own student, Yong Min Chuan Jordan from University Malaysia Perlis. And finally, the champion goes to contestant number 17, Kiran Rao, son of Matas Rao from University Malaysia Perlis. Congratulations.
Wow, a big win for Malaysia. Thank you, Dr. Abdullah, and once again, congratulations to all our winners. You all did a very good job.
Now, the winners for the modified poster making contest will be announced shortly.
For the traditional category, we the Vice President for the Academic Affairs from Mountain View College to announce the winners.
Good evening, everyone, and let me take this opportunity to congratulate all our contestants who sent in their work of arts. No? And this evening, I would like also to thank the organizers of the first ASEAN Extemporaneous and Poster Making Contest. Announce the winners for the Modified Poster Making Contest Traditional. For third place, from South Philippine Adventist College, Philippines, J.M. O. Ferrer. Second place, from Cavite State University, Philippines, Crestel J. Bermudo. And for the first place, from Batangas State University, Al John S. Nyaguno. Congratulations to our winners.
Thank you, Dr. Pirocho, and congratulations to our winners. For the modified poster making contest, the digital category, let us have Dr. Lam Quang Dong, the Vice President and Editor-in-Chief of VNU Journal Foreign Studies from Vietnam National University. While waiting for the announcement of the winners, ma'am, which will be heard in a short while.
Maybe we can spotlight our judges. Are they still here? For the digital and traditional categories of modified poster making
Yes,
contest?
we would like to recognize them, our judges who spent time and sharing their expertise in their different fields related to fine arts or arts.
We do appreciate your presence, virtual presence.
Yes, and I don't know, it must have been difficult for them actually to pick up which winner are they going to highlight and give their scores, the highest scores at all. No?
Yeah, I think, Sir Joel, we have to give them some time to say something. Let's start with our first judge. Ma'am,
have few words from Ma'am Bernadetta Cooper or Ma'am Escalona, is that?
Oh.
Yes, ma'am, because I know the time difference from the Philippines and from her place is quite different. So, ma'am, may we hear a few words from you to encourage our participants and other students to pursue the area of arts?
That's okay. Anything for AUP.
Thank you.
Sanay na ako 4 a.m., 3 a.m., 2 a.m.
Okay.
Anyway, I would like to thank each and every one of you. I am most inspired, particularly it's because of Ruben Pagatuan, who is our country, who used to be our country representative for our international state registered organization. And with my little contribution to the organization, I hope this can inspire that we are not only ASEAN, but we are international. Now, with all the contestants that you had here before, I am also particularly close with the Indonesians because I lived in Bali for 4 years and I speak their language fluently also. And I would also like to congratulate the other judges who are still awake. What time is it there now? And the contestants and the people, participants from other places also, there must be some other time differences also. And then more particularly, the contestants who prepared in their presentations. I hope this will not be the last one for you to participate in this kind of competition. You should do more because there is more in store for you. And to everyone, Miss Eunice, and the announcers, and everybody, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And maybe we'll give a chance to our other judges.
Yes, we have, I only know 2 of our former students of AUP, of course. We have Mr. Herbert Pajarito and one of our students, also former students, Melai Cabalde, Ma'am Kathleen Serena, also Dagom. These are familiar faces, but let me hear first from the one who comes also from outside the Philippines, Miss Melai Cabalde, who I think comes from the Middle East or from Dubai.
Oh.
Just a few words, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. I'm from Qatar, so it's 3 p.m. here. Thank you for having me here as one of your judge. The program is amazing, and it's really hard to give scores during the preliminary because all the artworks have been really amazing. So thank you for this experience.
All right, thank you. And ma'am, maybe we can hear also from Mr. Pajarito.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. First of all, thank you so much, ma'am, sir, for having me in this event. And I would like to congratulate also the winners and all the participants. And just keep on producing good artwork.
Yeah.
God bless you.
And we have
Miss Kathleen.
Yeah, Miss Kathleen. May we hear from you?
Hello. Yes, thank you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you for giving me the chance to be part of this program. Actually, it's my first time to judge a contest, so it's a privilege, and the contest is actually beautiful, so thank you. God bless for all the participants. It's not the end yet. The other, yung hindi nanalo, they still have the chance. So, sana they will continue to join, continue to pursue art. Thank you.
Yes, that's very good. And of course, let's give an opportunity for our dean, who is very much working behind this event. Dr. Eunice Aklan, we would like to hear from you. Maybe it's an opportunity to mention some of the things for this event.
I thank everyone. Thank you, our dear partners. We have a lot to thank you actually. This is not just the first, so we actually tagged it the first, so which means there will be second. And we would particularly thank our partner universities in the ASEAN region. Of course, without you, we cannot call it ASEAN at all. And of course, from the Philippines, we also have our neighboring schools, colleges, and universities participating, thanks to Dr. Roy Dalisay, who invited participating schools, colleges, and universities around him in Lipa and Batangas, and also our Calabarzon region participants. Of course, I'd like to appreciate MVC for co-hosting, and without them, we could have not expanded our territory in this contest, because they were in charge of inviting many of those participants from Visayas and Mindanao. Thank you very much. And to our dear judges, of course, without you, this event would have not been possible. So I'd like to appreciate your dedication, for your love of arts, for the poster making contest, and of course, I'd like to appreciate Miss Joanna Grace Banting, Mr. Frederick Las Marias, I know, and Professor Dr. Nena Valdez, who is still under quarantine actually. She's in Shangri-La Hotel right now, and she had her swabbing today. But yeah, I'm glad that she's still with us now. Thank you very much. So it's a lot of hard work for everyone. Of course, our hosts, our partner from AIU as well. AIU has gone their way donating the prizes as well with us, and we split the prizes with them. So thank you very much. Everyone has contributed a lot to the success of this event. Of course, I'm sorry, John Rita, you will be having your closing remarks later, but I'd like to thank you, everyone. And we will be counting on the second, the third, the fourth, and so on and so forth. Thank you very much. Back to you, hosts.
Thank you so much. That's our Dean and the head of this event, Dr. Eunice M. McLeod.
All right. We would like to hear now if Dr. Lam Quang Dong is ready, the Vice President and the Editor-in-Chief of VNU Journal Foreign Studies from Vietnam National University. If you're ready, sir. Okay.
So Dr. Lam Quang Dong is not yet ready.
We're having a technical problem, and well, this gives us more excitement.
We're really excited to know the winners for the digital category.
All right.
Well, we have 10 finalists for this category.
10 finalists.
Yes,
but we'll only select 3 of the top. We have the third, the second, and then the first. All right. I'm looking forward to what Dr. Eunice Aklan said. Now we are going to have the second, the third, and so on. And don't you know, Ma'am, that one of our goals actually is, if there's now a chance for us to have a face-to-face ASEAN extemporaneous and poster making contest, then that would be great, because we'll do it personally. An opportunity for some of our students and even faculty to travel even outside of the country. How would you like that to happen?
That's so exciting.
Yes, of course. And we can also invite our students from other countries to come over to the Philippines for them to see and learn from, different cultures as well.
Exactly.
Dr. Hosts,
yes.
I'd like to announce also that we will be starting sending their prizes tonight.
Okay, that's one important news from our Dean. Winners, listen carefully, because tonight you will receive your prizes before you sleep. Your prizes will be within your hands.
Tonight, and first
and maybe you can read again the prizes, Richard. Well,
all right. Imagine that. The prizes may not be that much as expected by others, but it's not really about the prize, but the experience, you know, the, the experience of participating and contributing. And who knows, sometime later on, if you are able to join bigger contests and events, there will be bigger prizes. But wait until next year, we will improve, we will learn from our experience this time, and by next year, hopefully we can improve and make it better, better than what we have today, which is already good and you know, excellent.
Right. Well, is our tabulation team ready to hand in the results to Dr. Lang Kwang Dong? Everyone is excited to know the winners.
Yes, you know, it's not that easy to tabulate and select really the best among the best.
Yeah, and I would like also to thank our tabulation team.
Yes, yes, ma'am. No?
For helping us. For helping us with the results.
Yes, collating all the scores coming from different judges who comes from different places, not just here in the Philippines, but even outside of the Philippines. And so that would take, you know, an intelligent ways of collating all of these scores and put them all together and get the final score and to announce the winners.
So maybe let's call our virtual viewers. May we receive some virtual emoticons? We call them emoticons, right? From the Philippines. Could you please send in your virtual
emojis
hearts or emojis or whatever you got there? From the Philippines, we want to see you guys.
Right.
Yeah.
We are still live, ma'am, and they can still watch it via Zoom and in Facebook page, and then in YouTube. And they can see us there and review even afterwards.
Right.
Hello, Dr. Julie and Sir Joel.
Yes, ma'am, we're here.
An announcement here while waiting for Dr. Dong. He said, just wait for a while. You know, it's part of our experience this time because, yeah, it's our first time to do it virtually, but we are thankful we're done with it with just a few glitches, technical glitches. And we want to announce, I was asked to announce actually the most popular posters.
This is a surprise, ma'am. This is a surprise, really.
Additional, yes. This is quite a surprise as we did not include it in our mechanics actually. So for the most popular, for the digital, we have three. We have to announce three here. The third place goes to Maxine Therese Belagantol of St. Gerard Fidelis School, Incorporated, of course.
All right, congratulations.
And the second place goes to Cavite State University, Philippines. Nathalie.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
And the most popular of all in the digital category goes to University Colleges, Philippines. Renber Ian Morada. Congratulations. Traditional poster. Again, yeah, they are most popular. Yeah, you see the benefit of having a lot of friends, and their universities, their schools have a lot of students, not just 20,000, not just 30,000, but there are more, right? So it's understandable, but it's not just about that. Even if you have a lot of students, if you do not do any effort, if you don't exert any effort at all, even if you have a lot of networks, you see, one of our objectives here is to what? To expand our networks. Okay, so to develop our networking skills. So that's why we included it as one of the criteria for judging. But Probably next time we will be improving more on this. And we may probably include other media. Probably in the Philippines, Messenger is it is quite popular, but in other ASEAN countries, it may not be that popular. So we will be open more media or social media next time. We will include. Okay, so I know that you're waiting for these results. The third place goes to Cavite State University, Philippines, Crystal Jade Bermudo. And the second place goes to, again, Batangas State University, Philippines, Aljan S. Liagono. And the most popular of all in traditional poster making contest goes to Cavite State University, Silang Campus, Philippines. Trixie Jane P. Herola, congratulations. You will be receiving some surprise prizes. We will please give us your GCash or bank account number so that we can send you your cash prizes. It may be it may not be that much, but it will be an appreciation for your exerting extra effort. Congratulations. Wala pa rin. Can I just read now? Okay. Dr. Dong, if Dr. Dong is still not around. All right, we need to announce Dr. Juby. And
Yes, ma'am.
We're ready.
We have the winners with us.
Winners.
We are ready to announce.
May I do the honor? May I do the honor for you to announce the winners of the digital category of the modified poster making contest. And the third place goes to there's no sound. Okay. It goes to King Monkus University of Technology, Tunbury, KMUTT. And the winner is Rian Claire Onyas. Congratulations, Rian. Pabalato po. Okay, and the second place. Could you, is she still there? Could you spotlight her, please? Okay, Rian, congratulations. Yeah, sawadee ka. Okay, and the second place. Cavite State University, Philippines. Wow, she also won one of the most popular, posters. It's Natalie Perry. Congratulations. And, okay, could you spotlight her? Okay, that's her name is Natalie. Okay, congratulations, Natalie, for the great job. Yeah. And, the first place goes to, who do you think, ladies and gentlemen? It's from Lipa. So that's it. Okay, that's our champion.
Thank you so much, Dean Eunice Aklan, for taking the time announcing all the winners from the most popular up to the 3 highest winners, from the 3rd place to the 2nd place to the 1st place of the digital poster, modified poster making contest.
Well, to finally close this program, let us have Ajan Risa Maidong Lampadan, the Vice President for Academic Affairs of the Asia Pacific International University, for the closing remarks.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
You hear me? Okay. What a day this has been. A historic day for all of us. The first ASEAN virtual extemporaneous stage and poster making competitions. As mentioned by the chair a while ago, it's not the first and the last. Now, an event of this magnitude requires a lot of teamwork. And I want to congratulate the organizing committee under the energetic leadership of Dr. Eunice Aklan in their planning, in their very detailed planning and their vision for this event. You can see how ambitious they are. They put a lot of things for us, not just extemporaneous speeches and not just traditional poster making, but also digital one. And we also have singing and cultural dances. So if this were food, all of us would have been really fed to the fullest. And so I want to congratulate the organizing committee and all their partners. Thank you, AIU, and also Mountain View College for your role in this. Now, I was going to say something for the judges, but a lot of things have already been said a while ago. But I think they worked really hard today. And I don't know, maybe let's all give them a virtual applause. All these judges, we can enjoy the presentations, but they cannot enjoy because they have to judge. They have to evaluate. And I was listening to Dr. Cooper a while ago. Oh, it's 3 o'clock here. I said, oh, that means you're sacrificing your sleep. Well, not just Dr. Cooper, but all the judges. Thank you so much for your help. As Dr. Aklan mentioned a while ago, without the judges, there is no competition. But it is, you have done a task, what you call a very difficult task, but a core, a core essence of this contest. And I want to say that despite the competition, you can see from the speeches in the extemporaneous speeches and the expression of arts, how the participants have internalized the theme of this event. And so I think we are very happy to see that. Now, I would also want to say a word of congratulations to all the winners, those who have been declared winners and those who have not been declared as winners. An event like this, everyone, all those who participated in this event is some kind of winner. You know, competition, while it is very exciting to watch, it often raises blood pressure and gives contestants sleepless nights because it's very nerve-wracking. And considering the public speaking, research shows that many people are more afraid of public speaking than dying. Can you believe that? Even when it is fully prepared, even if they're given days to prepare, many people are really afraid of public speaking, let alone extemporaneous speech. So today in this competition, we have seen the spirit, the courage of these contestants, not just the winners, but everybody. And so to all of you contestants, you have our congratulations and admiration. And I also would like to thank all those people behind the scenes. You know, we need these people all the time to make things work. And some of them we probably have not seen from the beginning to the end, but they're working really hard. And for all of you who are really working hard behind the scenes and in big and small ways, thank you very much. And I noticed that we even have student volunteers. Thank you for your help. And for all the participating institutions, 26 of you, you have prepared, you helped your representatives to prepare well, the high school level and the college level. So as you can see, the work, the hard work is done by everyone from the beginning to the end. Now, I'm a believer that all good things come from God. And so we also want to recognize that God has blessed this and given us the ability to carry out this event. Now, on behalf of this organizing committee, we want to thank all of you from the depths of our heart for giving all your hearts, all your energy, and all your passion to the event. We recognize that being the first time event, there are things that we need to improve. So we will be looking at things we can improve, so the second one will be better. So I wish everyone a good night's rest, and until we see each other again next year.
Amen. Thank you so much, Ajan Rita Maidon Lampada. We look forward to the time for the next event. And now, the chair of the Department of History at the Adventist University of the Philippines, Dr. Jesse Songkayawan, will lead the closing prayer.
Let us pray. Our Almighty God, we started this activity with you, and we are closing this with you also. Thank you for making today's program a very big success. From organizing to implementing, we have felt you're guiding us through. You have given ample strength and faith to the organizers and wisdom and skills to the contestants. Thank you for the learning experiences each of us has had. Continue to impress upon us the value of cooperation and integration as enshrined in the ASEAN Charter. With your help, we believe that people in the region will see each other as fellow men, bonded by common values and aspirations. A region where people continue to work together for the common good without any form of discrimination. May we see ourselves as one in vision, identity, and community. May you keep blessing us as we go out of this venue, effectively apply everything we have learned in our respective professions. All of these things we pray in the name of our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. All right, Sir Kenji. I think as much as we have enjoyed this day's presentations and all of the things that happened, all good things must come to an end.
Yes, and we would like to thank all the participating countries, students representing the different countries. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Yes, and of course our judges and all our participants. Thank you very much.
Of course, we would like to thank everybody, as mentioned by our participating and even partner institutions. We would like to thank also the committee members and the heads of each committee for working very hard before this event is realized today.
Yes. Thank you so much, everyone. Maraming salamat po. And we look forward to having you again next year.
Once again, ASEAN family, one vision, one identity, one community. Thank you and good evening.
There are two frames right there. We don't have pictures for our documentation. Everybody ready for the second like? Okay, let me listen to these participants. Would you like it to be face to face next time, or still virtual like this? Let me hear from you. Is it still face to face? If it's face to face, would you come to the Philippines, or would you like to go to Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Vietnam? Where do you want to go? Indonesia? Where? You can now unmute yourselves. Hello, sir. Okay, of course we would like to thank, where is Sir Arwin? Sir Arwin, he worked hard for our tech. Thank you so much. And our student assistants, Vine, yeah, Sir Arwin is right there. Thank you very much, Sir Arwin, for doing a great job. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, do you still want to have it do you want it to be face to face next time, or still improving our technology next time? Or would you like it to be perfected, or would you like to shift to to face to face? Okay, there they go. Okay, thank you. And okay, the AIU team, where are you? Thank you.
Yeah, here.
Okay, they're not answering. Okay, Ontar is still here. The Ontar team. I can still see Dr. Theatri. Thank you, Dr. Theatri. Is Dr. Pamela still with you? And also, yeah, okay, there. Thank you, Dr. Theatri, for your support and for sending your all these contestants, and with all your, oh wow, you prepared a lot for your
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Aklan. It's very nice event, and I think it's better that we have the online